Committee on South Bay arrivals. This is a working meeting scheduled for Thursday, October the 27th, here at 1 o'clock. This particular meeting, as I think most of you know, the bulk of the time has been set aside for comments from members of the public. We already have a number of cards, so we're going to get to that in just a minute. I first want to recognize that we appear to have 12 folks in 12 seats. Don Lane, Sam Hindy, Gary Waldeck, Mark Adiego, Mary Lynn Bernald. We have George Purnell sitting in for John Leopold. We have Joe Simidian, Dave Pine, Ann Wengert, Ed Bodorf, Bruce McPherson, and Larry Moody, all present and accounted for. And we have, well, that may be the only time we get applause all day. So we have some alternates as well. If you are an alternate to the committee, would you raise your hand just so we can let the public know that you are here? I see Donald Lynn from Scotts Valley. I see Jean Mordeau from Los Altos. And I know that Francisco Villalobos is here from, thank you, Francisco, from Supervisor Mike Wasserman's office at the county where I serve as well. I think those are all of the alternates that I have noted so far. Just because we have such a good crowd today, want to run through a couple of logistical issues. My first goal today is to make sure nobody gets a parking ticket. So why don't I go to Kash Ali from the city of Palo Alto. And Kash, would you tell these folks what we should be mindful of with respect to parking in levels A, B, and C, just so no one inadvertently parks in the wrong place and gets a ticket?
Sure, thank you, Chair. If you have parked in levels A, B, and C, you would need a parking permit that you would have to purchase at our customer service desk for that. If you do not have that permit, you will be ticketed. There is free street parking in different color zones all around City Hall, and you can move from color zone to color zone at the end of the 3 hours if needed, if the meeting goes that far.
Gosh, my recollection is that there is parking on A and at least B that is 3-hour parking. Am I remembering that incorrectly?
Only parts of A and parts of B.
All right. So parts of A and parts of B. And if you are curious about whether or not you parked in the right place, I would encourage you to go take a look. We have enough speakers that I can assure you you won't lose your place in line and you'll get a chance to speak as the meeting progresses. So just double check that there wasn't, and Kash, just to be clear, it will say permit parking only if that's the rule, yes?
Correct, yes.
All right. Then as you can see, we have a relatively full house today. We have some overflow out front. Why don't you let people know where they can be seated if they would like to be seated in the front of the building.
There is a room on your way in on your left-hand side. There's chairs and the meeting will be broadcast there, as well as if that room gets full, in the lobby we will be live streaming the meeting on the main screen.
All right, so we have a couple of overflow spaces in the front, and if it turns out that we are still oversubscribed, we'll figure it out from there. But right now it looks like that will be sufficient to deal with the number of folks we have. Then, colleagues, we have public speaker cards that were available to folks as they made their way in. Many folks have already filled them out. By my estimate, we have probably 120 already turned in. We have previously gone with 90 seconds for public comment. That seemed to work reasonably well to me, and that would be my inclination today. But let me just make sure that's okay with the committee, so people know how much time they have and can sort of gauge their message accordingly. Okay, I'm gonna take that as assent unless someone leans forwards. Okay. Then, in terms of our agenda today, you'll notice discussion draft version 1 is the very first item. I'm going to hold up the document, and there's been, no matter how hard we try, there's been a little confusion, I think, about what this document is. So I want to be very clear for people what it is. And as it says on the front of the document, this document is a first draft discussion document for review and comment by members of the public, which is why we're having the meeting today, and the Select Committee on South Bay Arrivals. It is a first attempt to capture the consensus view of the Select Committee, and as such is subject to review and revision by the committee. It does not constitute a set of recommendations by the Select Committee or by the Office of Santa Clara County Supervisor Joe Simidian, which prepared the document. As a first draft, there may well be errors and omissions, which will appropriately be addressed during the course of the Select Committee's remaining 3 meetings on October 27th, November the 3rd, and November 17th. So First and foremost, this is my office's best effort at capturing the consensus of this body over the last 7 meetings. I feel sure some of it is inaccurate because it's one office's attempt to capture the consensus views of 12 people. That's why we're having the meeting, and that's what we want to hear about today. I would encourage members of the public, if you think something should be in here that isn't, today's the day to say it. If you think there's something in here that shouldn't be, today is the day to say it. If you think something is an inaccurate reflection of the consensus views of the group, today is the day to share that with us so that people are thinking about whether or not we really have reached consensus on one of these items. But all of this is subject to approval, rejection, replacement by these 12 members. It's just a starting point for discussion, which is why it's called a discussion draft. And if you're unhappy or upset with any portion of it, that's on me and my office, not on these folks who did not participate in drafting the document. All right? Any questions before we begin? I know we've got a couple of council members who are going to have to run 2 council meetings at some point. Mr. Bodorf, are you among them?
Yeah, I just want to make a quick announcement. Unfortunately, City of Capitola has a council meeting tonight, and because of the inclement weather, to make it at 6 o'clock, I'm going to be leaving at 3:30. I know it's been a long time since you've all been able to speak. I wish I could stay and hear all your comments because I know they're valuable, but I will be watching the video and catching it after the meeting tonight. So thank you for coming and sharing your opinions.
All right, and Ms. Bernal, your light is on as well?
Yes, I will also be leaving at 3:30. My alternate, Jean Mordeau, is finally happily going to be able to sit in my seat. I actually have an art installation that I've been working on for a year. I, too, would like to be here. I have read all of the letters that you all have written, and I, too, will be watching the video. So I hope to be as well informed as I can be when we come back to the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other preliminary comments? Mr. Lane.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge and appreciate the work you did to put this draft together and taking the weight of the responsibility for this. That I'm certainly not going to say it's a perfect document, but I think it's a really great piece of work that helps both the community and us focus.
Thank you, but we're gonna encourage folks not to clap and definitely not to boo because it takes up time and it can also sort of create a little tension in the room about who feels comfortable coming forward. So as much as I appreciate that modest applause, by the way, I am going to ask that we just sort of try and let people speak without feeling like they've got the weight of the applausometer over their head today. But thank you for the comment. And again, all of it is subject to review, approval, dismissal, rejection, amendment by the committee with the benefit of the public input. Now, I think we're going to use this microphone right here behind. Okay, so front and center. And I'm going to ask folks to line up so that we can move through these as quickly as possible. So I'll probably call out half a dozen or 10 names. Please try to come up and stand in line so that we're not losing time beforehand. I think we are ready to go to the public for comments. Colleagues, yep? Yes. All right, and if I mangle your name, I apologize. Could be handwriting, could be eyesight, could be anything. So, Alistair Fife to be followed by Rod Caborn, to be followed by Gary Lauterbach, to be followed by Jim Holmlund, to be followed by Rosemarie Hirschbach, to be followed by Susan Lambert, to be followed by John Park. So, Alistair Fife, Rod Caborn, Gary Lauterbach, Jim Holmlund, Rosemarie Hirschbach, Susan Lambert, and John Park. Come on up. Microphone's here, 90 seconds. And we're going to have, Scott, if you would raise a yellow card, that means you have used 60 of your 90 seconds and you have 30 seconds left. And red means please do conclude your remarks because you're at 90 seconds. All right? And that microphone does move up or down depending on your height. You will want to speak right into it. As we have previously, we will be capturing all of this on video so that members of the public can watch and or members of the committee as well. And I think we are good to go. If you would share your name with us so that we have it for the record, that would be appreciated. It is not required, but it will help us keep track of who said what to whom. And I don't know if we have other council members present. We sometimes do, but I do see Councilmember Liz Niss from the Palo Alto Council here taking this in. Thank you very much for joining us, council member. All right, Mr. Fife, welcome.
Well, all right, I am a host of Fife. I want to thank the committee and the FAA for your service, your forbearance, and your thoroughness.
Okay, so hang on, everybody. Hang on a sec. Okay, Mr. Fife, we're going to start your time again, so don't worry about this. Then, second thing is we're going to ask Mr. Ali if he can get the volume turned up a little bit, because we ask you to do everything here in these chambers. And the third thing is, if we could ask folks who are coming in to please be as quiet as possible so we can hear the speaker. And if you can pull that up as high as you can, that'll help as well. Thank you. And please begin again.
All right, well, thanking is important, so I'll thank you for your service, your forbearance, and your thoroughness, and this applies to the FAA and the supporting staff as well. Appreciate all this. I'm sure everyone's relieved to see this process drawing to a close. A week ago, in a keynote address to the ATCA, FAA Administrator Huerta fully acknowledged the flight concentration increase that has accompanied next-gen deployment. His statement confirms that post-next-gen flight noise is different from pre-next-gen. However, there is no going back, and finding regional solutions that mitigate the impact is the only way forward. With respect to item 1.2, the server versus DVJ issue has been controversial. It should by now be obvious from the thousands of emails, the conflicting online proposals, and from this room that there is no consensus on this subject. There will never be any consensus because it amounts to moving noise from one group to another that will benefit some and aggravate others. There are good reasons for this lack of consensus. The DVJ proposal does nothing to fix the post-next-gen problems. It does not address the concentration increase. It does not restore the BSR altitudes. And in fact, is projected by the FAA to fly lower than SURFR within 19.6 nautical miles of Menlo. Furthermore, it moves these unsolved problems over significantly more people, as evident from Santa Cruz Census Bureau data. The DVJ proposal only moves noise and should be rejected. On a more positive note, Supervisor Pine pointed out at the close of the last meeting, the organization of the group that will follow the committee's work will be one of the committee's most important contributions. For recommendation 3.1, I would urge you to please include the inclusion of a technical review committee as part of that group. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Rod Caborn, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, to be followed by Gary Lauterbach. And again, at the folks, could I ask staff to just check in at the front and ask folks to bring their voices down? I know they're trying to process folks to get them in, but welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you for all you've done, all 12 of you. It's been phenomenal. I would like to introduce myself, Rod Caborn from SoCal. I am a hugely and very enthusiastic proponent of Davy J. I'd like to draw your attention, in fact, to yourself. I'd like to echo Mr. Lane's comments about you as a person. I have been in awe of the way that you have conducted everything. You're a tremendous diplomat. You are so remarkable in the way that you manage all of these people around you. So I have nothing but kudos for you as a gentleman and as a moderator, facilitator, and negotiator. However, when you brought up 50-50, I totally understand the intention. The hope and the intention and the spirit of it is that we all step up. Everybody gives their very, very best, and by spreading the pain, it diminishes to the point where it evaporates and goes away. However, the facts don't seem to support that. And I would like to say that the main fact is that we do not shift noise, and therefore we need to bring back to Davy J and right the wrong that's been made. And I think the most damning condemnation, quite apart from the obvious ones you're going to hear all of the responses to, I think the most damning condemnation for 50-50 is the fact that you, who I believe to be arguably the most eloquent and the most articulate gentleman in this whole room, could not come up for a case for 50-50. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Gary Lauterbach to be followed by Jim Holmlund, Mr. Holmlund, and then Rosemarie Hirschbach.
Thank you to the members of the Select Committee and Glenn Martin and the FAA for the time you've dedicated to this effort. There's an important principle to be affirmed. Noise should not be moved. SURFR moved noise in 2015. 50-50 moves noise. Pine Line moves noise. I live in Los Altos directly under SURFR and have been greatly harmed by the move to SURFR. Los Altos Hills residents who lived directly under Big Sur have publicly stated they've greatly benefited from the move to Surfer. Whom among you has the moral and ethical right to decide that some should benefit while others are harmed? Yes on Davy J is the only moral and ethical option. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jim Homeland. Did I get it right the final time?
Yes, you did.
Good, thank you, Mr. Homeland.
I've sent you several emails. I've already thanked you, so I'll just get on with it. I live in the Duvnik neighborhood of Palo Alto, near the Menlo Waypoint. We get noise from a lot, or even most of the 300-plus flights per day that enter the bay from the west. Reducing the volume of this noise by higher altitudes, quieter descents, will help reduce the problems caused by next-gen. But in addition, maybe noise has to be moved. This isn't anything new. Noise has been moved in the past. I believe that the Bodega West U-turn used to start at Filoli, and now it starts at at Stanford. Some flights have moved from Bodega East to Bodega West. Sky Posse Palo Alto has a slide that claims that some traffic from the south moved from Diamond to Big Sur. And of course, NextGen moved noise from Big Sur to Surfer. So noise can be moved, and it has been moved. We sometimes get a Surfer plane every 2 minutes. This will be annoying even if planes become quieter. I don't think the flights are this frequent before NextGen, but I have seen claims that yes, they were, and other claims that no, they weren't. So I don't really know. You have to decide. You're the jury. And if you decide that NextGen has increased the frequency of planes over a narrow path, then moving Surfer won't fix that. It seems like the only fix for that is to either stop doing GPS navigation or disperse the flights by moving some of them somewhere else, e.g. higher, Surfer Eddy, or maybe a new route near Diamond.
Thank you very much for your comments. Rosemary Hirschbach, to be followed by Susan Lambert, to be followed by John Park, to be followed by, I believe it's Jill Boatwright, to be followed by Karen Vatra, to be followed by Patrick Tainter, to be followed by Denise Stansfield, to be followed by Patrick Meyer. Please all come up so you're ready to go. And Ms. Hirschbach, welcome.
Yeah, my name is Rosemary Hirschbach, and I live at 742 San Miguel Canyon Road in Monterey County in Royal Oaks. I endorse David J because it is the best solution to solve some of the problems caused by the FAA when they change routes. Big Sur should have never been changed by the FAA. It was a good route with practically no complaints from people about jet noise. David J is the Big Sur route with improvements, and it is approved by the FAA. Please, I endorse David J. I also want the committee to please consider the following. As of now, since March 5th, 2015, I have been impacted by jet airplanes flying over my property in Monterey County. They fly day and night, and don't let me sleep at night. It has been a real nightmare. Please, FAA, go back to the old route jet airplanes used to fly in San Benito County. That is over Granite Rock, Anza Road, Rocks Road, Highway 101. It can be changed to the satellite system with no problem. They have big ranches with a lot of no houses on them, so people never complain about it. And I don't understand why it was changed right over my property. It is a real nightmare.
Ma'am, I need to ask you to close at 90 seconds. Thank you very much for your comments. Susan Lambert, to be followed by John Park. Ms. Lambert, welcome.
Thank you. Your task from Anna Eshu, my representative, was to find a regional solution to mitigate noise. She said the majority of noise complaints in my district involved arrivals at SFO. Surfer is 30% of that traffic, and you failed to even acknowledge that the FAA has deemed it flawed and put forward Davy J as a good fix. You've recommended fixes for nighttime noise, Oakland departures, bodega noise, Woodside Vortec, and raising Menlo, but all you've offered the many communities under Surfer are inadequate tweaks which won't help soon. The optimum solution is that Surfer be abandoned altogether and the flight path be returned to what it was before NextGen shifted noise to us. The prior flight path had almost no complaints and was originally designed to minimize noise levels in the underlying areas. Glenn Martin of the FAA has said that Davy J, its closest replacement, will be quieter as it, quote, would be built to achieve that goal, unquote. The FAA has already put the work into properly engineering a quiet, functional alternative to Surfer so it could be implemented in a short time frame. Surfer, even at OPD, will still be too low and too loud, especially in our mountain communities. You cannot deny that. You have the opportunity in the remit to make a difference for the entire region. Please use it to reverse the damage that the noise that was shifted to our communities has caused and recreate a bearable environment for all. In closing, I urge a good faith vote to enact Davy J and fulfill your mission to mitigate noise. Thank you.
Thank you. John Park, to be followed by, I believe it's Jill Boatwright, to be followed by Karen Vatra. Welcome.
Welcome to you too. Thank you. I'm from the San Lorenzo Valley, and I'm speaking against Davy J. I'm new to the party. Only yesterday did I learn that they're of Davy J. That's part of the problem, is the people of San Lorenzo Valley and the mountains, 37,000, probably in excess of that, have not heard. The Davy J, the year and a half they've been putting together, they even have T-shirts. This is all new to us, to all the people that I know. We're stakeholders in this area too, and I think there's a little bit of a thought that the San Lorenzo Valley is up in the mountains and there's not many people. Well, there are more people there. Can also be a very concentrated area. The analogy, not a good one, that I come to with this time of Halloween is that we've all seen Frankenstein. We've seen the people storming the castle with their torches, and those are the people now wearing red shirts. And I don't fault them at all for that. But on the other side of the castle in my movie, there's 37,000 other people that nobody told them that there was Frankenstein and the monster. And we know next gen, the one thing we do know is there's going to be more flights. It's not the way it was before. They say, well, they didn't complain before. Well, it wasn't next gen before. And I think they would have to admit next gen has not been a good situation for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. I believe it's Jill Boatwright, to be followed by Karen Vatra, Patrick Tainter, Denise Stansfield, then Patrick Meyer, Bill Holt, Rachel Kellerman. Welcome.
I am not Jill. Jill is back there. I'm not sure what her issue is.
All right, I look forward to hearing from Jill. You are?
I'm Karen Vatra, the next person in line. I live in Portola Valley, and I've been greatly impacted by the change. And I like your proposal. In general, I think what we have to do is a regional solution for all, and I'm done.
Thank you very much. Patrick Tainter.
Can I have the rest of her time? Just kidding. My name is Patrick Tainter. I'm a resident of Brisbane, and I would like to address point 2.16 in your document, which is titled Return to Pre-Next Gen Procedures. There are certain communities that have been severely affected by the next gen procedures. Those that have been, and we are one, as well as our surrounding neighbors, we need immediate relief. We've had 2 years of a very difficult situation, and I think it is incorrect to ask us to spend or wait 2 more years for a solution to be brought to the table. What I would recommend this language be changed to is that on an interim, short-term basis, on those severely affected communities, that the procedure be rolled back to a pre-RNAP procedure that was in place, a pre-next-gen procedure, and give us immediate relief while the FAA then works through whatever adjustments it deems are appropriate to the next-gen procedure for implementation on a long-term basis. This gives relief to the communities now, and it takes the public pressure off of the FAA and allows them to do their job technically, clearly, for which they are well trained. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And our next speaker is?
Denise Stansfield.
Thank you, Ms. Stansfield.
Hi, my name is Denise Stansfield, a founder of Save Our Skies, Santa Cruz County. Our SOS community represents thousands of dedicated supporters that span from Capitola across the Santa Cruz Mountains.
Ms. Stansfield, excuse me, interrupting. Now you're a little louder, so if you could just modulate it a
Okay,
little bit.
I'm
No,
sorry, I'll
that's okay.
stand back.
No, there you go.
There we go. Across Santa Cruz Mountains, all the way to Saratoga. Our strength is in numbers, and united we stand. Our petition to resend Surfer has almost 5,000 signatures today. Our petition to fully implement Davy J in alliance with Quiet Skies NorCal and Quiet Skies Los Altos has over 2,800 signatures from all over the Metroplex in less than 3 weeks, and is still growing. Back in June, we held our first select committee meeting in Santa Cruz. I was proud that night to witness the results of our hard work due to our faith in democracy. That night, I was assured that the supreme power was still vested in the people, but today my dreams have been shattered. The FAA has done its work. The FAA has put forth Davy J option as a feasible solution to the problems it caused in 2015 when it moved the flight path. The FAA has said Davy J is the quietest procedure possible and at the highest altitudes feasible, so that they can actually improve upon the historic Big Sur path that was well accepted for so many decades with virtually no complaints. The solution is obvious. However, the Select Committee has delayed the process as we have patiently waited through sleepless nights. And finally, we receive a draft that does not reflect the task the Select Committee was assigned to do, address the feasibility study. I feel betrayed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Folks, in general, I'm not going to respond to comments, but you can just share that with our staff right there, if you would, please. Thank you. But I do want to underscore, because it's been mentioned a couple times, the document is designed to reflect areas where there is consensus in the observation of my office and me. I think the one thing we can say is that among these 12 people, there has yet to be a consensus articulated. So if you have a notion about what that consensus ought to be, hope you'll continue to communicate it today. But don't think the fact that it's not there means anything other than these 12 people have yet to articulate a consensus. So the document was designed to say, here's where we think there's consensus. And on, I think, more than 20 items, it seemed like there probably was consensus. And we'll find out once the committee rolls up its sleeves following this. But again, please don't misunderstand the fact that something's not yet in the report for meaning that the committee's headed one way or the other. It simply means that in our judgment, my judgment, there wasn't consensus yet articulated by these 12 people. To you.
I'm Patrick Meyer. I am the co-chair of Save Our Skies Santa Cruz County. I have been involved in this amazing grassroots organization who stood up when our lives were turned upside down in March of 2015. Well, I understand there is this need for consensus. I think that it is extremely important that you 12 individuals pay attention to the clarity that the FAA has given us all. They have told us that Davy J can be quieter and that associated concerns can be addressed. Some of those concerns are actually based on misinformation that has been distributed by people who are opposed to Davy J. This is true for adjusting Brick's flight path as well, and any attempt to keep any form of surfer will only bring continued misery to those who live on the summit. I urge you to listen to the FAA and to the work they've done in their studies to find the best solution to our problems. So please, 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 I ask you to consider Davy J and find consensus around implementing it.
Thank you for your comments. Bill Hult, to be followed by Rachel Kellerman, to be followed by Robert Jaros, Tony Verus, forgive me if I've misread that, Nisa Flygor, and MJ Lopatin. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you to all of you on the committee for the time and energy you're spending on this unique noise problem. The challenging issue that you're confronted with is exacerbated by serious misinformation and very phony analysis. The draft document indicates that Davy J, Alternative 2, is highly regarded and it's safe and will solve most of the problems.
The other alternatives do not carry those qualifications, and they are really a result of obfuscation and last-minute cries that thousands of people did not know what was going on. Davy J is safe, it's technically solvable, and it avoids setting new precedents. We rely on your objectivity to maintain the integrity of this process. Please approve Davy J. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. That takes us to, I believe, Rachel Kellerman?
Tis I. I work at Palo Alto High School, where we are repeatedly bombarded with distracting and harmful aviation noise from the unbalanced bodega flights and, starting March 15th, 2015, the Surfer Freeway. Does my school community now own this noise? Is it ours to keep? I certainly hope not. In 2015, NextGen irrevocably changed the region's aviation landscape, and your report must recommend only regional solutions that reduce noise for every community as much as possible and share the remaining region's noise equitably. To this end, the City of Palo Alto's data-based, professionally designed, region-oriented solutions should be included in your report. Work on this complicated matter must continue with a newly constituted regional aviation body where all affected communities have voting representation. I'd like to personally thank all of you for your dedicated service and the FAA for your continued hard work to find equitable solutions that will vastly improve NextGen's implementation in our region. Other metroplexes are watching. We're Silicon Valley. Let's innovate and communicate and in good faith work to improve our aviation systems for everyone's benefit. My well-rested students will thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Robert Jaros, and then Tony, I want to say Varus, Nisa Flygor, and MJ Lopatin. Welcome.
Thanks. Robert Jaros, speaking in strong opposition to Davy J. The problem is not that the noise was moved. The problem is that the noise is new. The noise is much, much worse. There's no such thing as moving the noise back because the noise wasn't there to begin with. Davy J is just as unfair to the people under it as Surfer was to the people under it. Supporters of Davy J have only two ways to push back on this. First, they say, don't worry, we'll fix the noise through other methods, despite things like increased plane concentration. But even the optimistic supporters don't actually believe this, and to see this, just look at how strongly they oppose 50-50 or fix it in place. If we were really going back to the levels of almost no noise complaints, then what would be the big deal? The big deal is that we know we're not actually going back to it. And by the way, I agree with them. 50-50 and fix it in place are bad solutions, just like Davy J is. The second possible pushback is that people under Big Sur somehow signed up for this, or that it was factored into their real estate decisions somehow. There's not a shred of evidence presented to you that in support of this. Show me the neighborhood in Los Altos Hills, directly under Big Sur, that had a discount for noise, for airplane noise a couple years ago. Show me the neighborhood in North Los Altos under Big Sur, or anywhere else that had a discount because of this noise. It wasn't there. We all chose our neighborhoods and paid a premium for this extra tranquility, just like many people under Surfer did. And we all deserve relief from this new noise that's gotten much worse. Davy J and Surfer are equally unfair, and we can do much better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Tony Varus, Nisa Flygor, and
That's
Jay
Varios. Stop jet noise now, Brisbane 94005. We all know life is not fair. We struggle with that daily. But we design our laws and government institutions with the goal of having them operate fairly for the greater good. What happens when they fail? Unlike proud people who are forced to admit our mistakes and pay for our damages, they too often refuse to do that. Congress has a solution for every problem: more. More laws, more amendments, more time, and a lot more of your money. The FAA has a solution as well: denial. They deny having the expertise to stop jet noise. They deny having the ability to fix what they broke. They deny your right to an impartial environmental study. They even deny what your ears tell you is too loud. If you haven't already seen the videos at mspfairskies.com videos, That tells the truth everyone needs to hear. Thank you for your hard work. We understand how incredibly difficult this is. Unfortunately, we feel that the FAA has made this process extremely unfair to you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Flygor, please come forward, but before we begin to speak, I should have mentioned earlier, we do have 3 representatives from the FAA here, so I want to make sure that folks know Steve May is... in the best of ways. Steve May, who has been part of these hearings, Steve Carnes, who's been with us previously, and Mr. Joe Brook. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. And I should also have noted that Elizabeth Lewis, one of our alternates from Atherton Council, is here as well. Thank you for joining us. Nisa Flygor to be followed by MJ Lopatin, Frederick Kahn, Victor Schachter, Gloria Wells, and Scott Metcalf. If you would all line up, please, so we can move along briskly, and thank you. Ms. Flygor, welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Simidian. Nisa Flagger, and I'm a resident of Los Altos. And first, I do want to thank the Select Committee for all its work that it has done to date. And also, I'm happy to see that there are representatives here from the FAA. I'm here to express my strong support for Davy J. It is the best solution on the table currently, and I won't repeat all the reasons that have been stated so far. So I do urge the Select Committee to form a consensus and support Davy J. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. MJ Lopatin, to be followed by Frederick Kahn, and then Victor Schachter. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm also from Los Altos. I didn't even know my neighbor yet. It's good to know. I was definitely affected in our area since last year with the change in the flight path. And I appreciate our congressional representatives that formed your committee. I appreciate your hard work on it, and the FAA actually trying to evaluate the feasibility and working. That's actually unique in the nation, and I hope we'll be a good example for the rest of them on how it can be done together. You have the chance to have a consensus and to change what has been done for the last year and a half. You know that it has definitely affected people. That corridor was there for 30 years. People knew about it. It worked. And now between the Class B fixes and the Davy J, the FAA has said going back to that historic corridor that was meant to mitigate the noise is the way to go. That's the feasible way to go, and we really urge you to fix that. I want to mention the Menlo Waypoint. Nobody's mentioned that yet. When Menlo affects Los Altos with the vectored flights also, and I hope you'll raise the altitude back to 5,000. That was one of the reasons that that's become such a problem, is lowering it and enforcing 4,000. Please move it back to 5,000, but again, don't shift that waypoint into another neighborhood. We should not be shifting noise into someone else's. So in summary, you're my voice on Los Altos because my alternate is wonderful, but he can't vote. So please consider Los Altos and Mountain View in this with a consensus to move it back to its historic corridor, Davy J, the Class B fixes, and raising the Menlo Waypoint. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Frederick Kahn to be followed by Victor Schachter, to be followed by Gloria Wells, to be followed by Scott Metcalf. Welcome.
Supervisor Simidian, members of the Select Committee, and members of the FAA. I'm a 43-year resident of Tranquil Leland Manor, or formerly Tranquil Leland Manor, in North Palo Alto, now living directly under the superhighway going to the Menlo Waypoints. The dramatic increase in noise, well, let me back off. When you were kids, you may remember playing with magnifying glasses. If you focused the sun's light on a piece of paper, you could get it to burn. Now, the next-gen system is causing the public to burn. The dramatic increase in noise due to the recently implemented next-gen SFO approach superhighway is intolerable for those who live under this new superhighway that was created by the FAA by their admission, considering the effects of noise on residents. This must be corrected. A major source of the noise is a concentration of traffic created by focusing approach routes on single points, such as Menlo. By dispersing the Menlo point into multiple points, or even into a continuous or time sequential sequence of points, for example, a line of points extending from Redwood City to Mountain View, the air traffic noise could be significantly reduced to a small fraction of its current level, and the repetition rate to a potentially acceptable level for all. Divide the noise and conquer it for the benefit of all. Focusing the noise over high-density population areas is an insane next-gen solution that must be corrected, not ignored by our elected representatives.
Thank you for your comments. And our next speaker, I believe, is Victor Schachter.
Thank you. My name is Vic Schachter. I am a resident of Portola Valley. I'm also co-chair of the Californians for Quiet Skies, which is based in the Mid-Peninsula area, with Tina Nguyen, who's spoken and addressed you before. And on her behalf, we want to thank all of you for your earnest and hard-working efforts and your excellent effort at putting together a draft consensus. A global solution, a regional solution is critical, and while Davy J certainly is justified in having careful consideration, it is not the solution for the regional area, and your effort to see that in a broader sense is very much important and regarded highly. The one additional aspect I want to add to your consideration is that process is every bit as important as substance. That is to say, your substantive recommendations are important, but there must be a process to hold the FAA accountable when you finish these recommendations. And I did not see that as part of the initial draft. I suspect you'll be talking about it. I want to urge you that if you do not continue as an oversight task force, that there be created a citizens' oversight of community representatives working to see that the FAA comes in good faith to implement and find an accommodation and a solution to these problems. The existing roundtable is not sufficient. While we have many good people serving on that roundtable, we need something that's got teeth that will make sure that your recommendations are in fact implemented. With that, thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Gloria Wells, to be followed by Scott Metcalf and Mike Corso.
First, thank you to the committee for all your time and work. Thank you for trying to end the jet noise for all of us. I am Gloria Wells. My family has lived on the same parcel in the Soquel area for 99 years in the Santa Cruz Mountains. This change to Surfer has greatly changed the peace and quiet of our home. Where we live, we happen to be also on the small plane and helicopter corridor from San Jose to Watsonville, Monterey, and other locations. If you favor dispersal, you need to understand that we people under the small plane route are going to get more than our fair share. Now, people are afraid that if you vote yes on Davy J, they will move the next-gen noise over their homes. But the FAA is telling us that will be better than the old Big Sur route. So, FAA and committee, I am asking you to fix this. Please fix whatever misinformation is out there and get this problem corrected. Right now, I'm in favor of Davy J. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Scott Metcalf, to be followed by Mike Corso, Dave Wills, Kelly Caborn, and Lissy Bland. Welcome.
Thank you. Members of the Select Committee, members of the FAA, when I first read about Davy J and heard the explanation in these previous meetings, my heart soared because finally there was going to be relief from NextGen. It was a real high point. I stand 100% in favor of Davy J as the only fix that improves the social welfare and does not impose noise on other people. I'm a resident of Los Altos. On the 25th, our city council met. We invited all of the members of Los Altos Hills, which is really a bedroom community for us, to attend. In that meeting, no one from Los Altos Hills spoke against Davy J, with the exception of one person. In our entire community of 30,000, only 3 people spoke against Davy J. As a result, our city council has written each of you a very strongly worded letter in favor of Davy J. The vote was unanimous. The support of our community was nearly unanimous. Please implement Davy J. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mike Corso, Dave Wills, Kelly Caborn or Coborn, and Lissy Bland. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. My name is Michael Corso. Thank you to the committee and to the FAA. We appreciate you tackling this complex problem. Myself and my family of 4 live on Benvenue Avenue in central Los Altos. By way of geography, that is directly under the red line of the Palo Alto proposed Move the Noise plan. We are less than 1 mile from Surfer. I will spare you more statements of impact. I'm sure you all are well aware of it. The proposed better path, one of a few proposals, overflies my children's bedrooms. My family, my street, and my community are not a density algorithm or a noise impact shade or a population contour. We are not data that can be analyzed and manipulated in any manner to justify any outcome. I am here today to advocate for OPD, raising Menlo, and the return to the B-Sur route. In short, I advocate for Davy J. Davy J best restores the pre-next gen situation for all, and the FAA has said so. Let's let the FAA go away and turn the cranks on improvement to help everyone out. As a comparison point, I used to live in Menlo Park, essentially right underneath the Menlo Waypoint. At that time, that was in the B-Sur days. At that time, I didn't even know what the Menlo Waypoint was, and I was not affected by jet noise. If we can return to that, I think the majority of this room will be happy. No community is going to get the entire cake, but all communities need to be friends and share a slice of the cake, and that cake is improvement for all. Yes on Davy J, yes on the restorative solution, and as close to B-Sur, and thank you again to the committee.
Thank you. Dave Wills, Kelly Coburn, Lissy Bland. Welcome.
Hi, Dave Wills. We do not move noise. Well, that's not quite true. They did move noise. BSR moved the Surfer. Flights dispersed over the peninsula have moved over to the Surfer track. Much of Bodega East traffic moved to the peninsula. The Menlo Waypoint was lowered, moving noise closer to the ground. Oceanic arrivals moved from San Mateo County to Santa Clara County. Delayed vectoring has moved traffic from San Mateo County to Santa Clara County. And SFO southern departures have moved from over the ocean to the peninsula. Now let's talk about the draft report. No recommendations on these yet, moving Surfer to Davy J and modifying bricks. Recommendations to move noise. Extend SFO departures on night, new night transition, increased candle flights, bodega arrival, overnight flights. Other items on the report. Move Menlo Waypoint, no consideration. Move Gnarly, no consideration. Move SJC reverse flow arrivals, no consideration. Redirect Surfer arrivals, no consideration. Fan in on oceanic arrivals, no consideration. Herringbone approach, no consideration. Here's the score. 7 ways noise have been moved, 2 ways you've not recommended yet, 5 ways you've recommended moving noise with no scientific basis, I'll add, 6 ways you decline to consider moving noise again with no scientific basis. Let me paraphrase an age-old philosophy question. If a plane flies high enough that its noise does not disturb the people on the ground, does it still make a noise? Refusing to recommend some options while recommending others raises questions regarding your observations and your knowledge of reality. You can move noise that does not disturb people on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, folks. Kelly, is it Coburn or Caburn? Forgive me.
It's Caborn.
Thank you, Ms.
So it's
Caborn.
Kelly Caborn, and I live in SoCal. So my understanding is a big part of how this process got started was because of the Surfer complaints, and also that the purpose of the committee is to review the FAA proposals, deem feasible, and make final recommendations to our congressional representatives. So I thank the committee and also the FAA for your time and for working with us to try to find solutions and finding feasible solutions. And my question, or actually my statement, is that the FAA came back with its feasibility report, and it says that Davy J is feasible. The FAA understands that moving the flight path was wrong, and why has the committee introduced a last-minute 50-50 option, which does nothing to fix the mistake and actually repeats it? And for a myriad of reasons, many of which have been mentioned or discussed, I absolutely support moving to Davy J 100% and oppose the 50-50 proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Lissy Bland, to be followed by Keith Emmons, Mark Bucko, Sherry Tesnati, Roger Hayter, Jan Holliday, and Andrew Robin. And before you begin, Ms. Bland, again, if folks could line up, that would help us. Keith Emmons, Mark Bucko, Sherry Tesnati, Roger Hayter, Jan Holliday, and Andrew Robin. Ms. Bland, welcome.
Thank you. Since March 2015, we have been living under what amounts to a superhighway in the sky. The planes in the Ventura neighborhood of Palo Alto are either making U-turns as they head back from Europe or rather Asia, or they are on the surfer route. In reporting complaints, I note no difference in elevation between planes that are flying between 3,000 and 8,000 feet. My data covers the 1.5 years since surfer was moved. On Saturday mornings when I'm outside tending our garden, the planes are vectored over our house, meaning that there are planes more often than every 2 minutes all day. The noise is almost continuous and it's completely unacceptable. The city of Palo Alto has hired Freitag and Associates to study this and select suggested solutions, and I endorse the recommendations and would like to enter them into the record. Have the FAA create more points for aircraft to use while entering SFO. There is currently 1 point for flights coming from the northwest or south. This centralizes all aircraft traffic and noise over Palo Alto. Redirect flights arriving from the south to the east, away from the Pacific coast to the mountains west of Interstate 5, and have aircraft enter the bay from the east. Shift flights arriving from the north, away from the peninsula to the bay. Ensure that the divisions and the staff within the FAA are working in partnership with each other to minimize noise through efficient organization of aircraft and utilizing arrival descents that limit their speed breaks.
And thank you very much. That takes us to Keith Emmons, Mark Bucko, Sherry Tesnati. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for listening to public input. I'm a resident of Boulder Creek. I attended my first meeting about the proposal flight corridor change yesterday, and I sympathize with all the persons expressing or experiencing increased noise. It's definitely a problem, and I am speaking out strongly against Davy J. I learned a few things at yesterday's meeting, and I'd like to report them here. It seems the original report given to the Select Committee in writing was represented as being a consensus document. In fact, it was prepared largely without consultation or participation by San Lorenzo Valley residents. Many who signed the petition were not informed that flight patterns are lower, increasing noise significantly, and Davy J is not, quote, a return to the way things were. San Lorenzo Valley residents have only recently learned about the negative impact of the lower altitude Davy J. I am an example of one such resident. By the FAA's own admission, Davy J would only shift noise from one neighborhood to another. Because public opinion, at no fault of the committee, has not been fully considered, it would not be right at this time to say there is a consensus proposal. Because noise is simply being moved, there is no resolution of the noise issue. We have several good ideas: high altitude, geographically share flight programs, resolve the conflict with the level B flight plan so that flights can coast in silently. I think we need to stop and look at those options.
Thank you very much. Mark Bucko, followed by Sherry Tesnati, Roger Hader, Jan Holliday.
Greetings all. Let me add my appreciation, or my words of appreciation, to all of you for all your work, and to our friends at the FAA. And with all due respect to a young friend of ours from Palo Alto, my wife and I did specifically buy in Soquel Hills because of the quiet up there. And it has been an absolute continual flow of traffic since the implementation of Next Gen. I want to say that in many ways it seems like Surfer was a bit of a taxation without representation, something implemented with little to no community input, and it appeared to be a solution in search of a problem with an enormous impact on thousands and thousands of people. The FAA has offered a solution, the restoration to something that was not previously a problem, and includes significant improvements. And so I stand here with many others in red in full support of Davy J. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Tesnati, to be followed by, yes.
My name is Sherry Tesnati. I live in Felton in the San Lorenzo Valley. as I listen to the stories of those dressed in red, I am terrified about what may become another problem in another area. I am really here today, and I left my job at lunch. They don't know why I left. I am here to represent the natural setting that will be directly impacted by DAVYJ. I believe in stopping DAVYJ, as there are 3 major state parks that lie in the wake of this potential noise pollution as described by those in red shirts. Henry Cowell, Boulder Creek, Wilder Ranch, the Castle Rock area, the Fall Creek area, are all in the San Lorenzo Valley and possibly in the wake of a noise pollution that others are talking about. People from around the world come to enjoy the serenity of the San Lorenzo Valley, not the Silicon Valley. I am not in favor of transferring a huge problem from one community to another. I have total sympathy for those who are experiencing the noise pollution, but I believe that we need to stop DAVYJ and come up with a solution that will satisfy both communities.
Thank you for your comments. Is it Jan or Jan Holiday?
So it's Roger Hyder next, I think?
I'm sorry, Mr. Hyder, you're correct. I did overlook you, so if you want to come forward.
I'm used to it.
No. We have you right here, front and center. Forgive me.
So I'm Roger Hyder from Los Altos. I'm here to hopefully help you come to a consensus on the flight path. So a couple of new pieces of news. I think you've just heard that the Los Altos City Council has come out very strongly in favor of DAVYJ, so that area of uncertainty has quite been clarified. I also gather that the Los Altos Hills City Council has decided not to take a position on DAVYJ, so I'm assuming that Mr. Waldeck can verify that since he's on the council and must have participated. So, as it were, it appears as though the communities, on the entire number of communities on the flight path, are all in favor of DAVYJ Sans 2. I'm not a South or Santa Cruz person, so I'll let the people from there deal with the San Lorenzo Valley problem. But I will talk to the Palo Alto issue. And I think it's important to note that all the flight paths that are under consideration here converge sort of prior to Palo Alto. So while Palo Alto certainly is affected by the noise, they're not affected by which flight path generates that noise. And so they should be relatively ambivalent to whatever choices are made. Otherwise, it's particularly arbitrary and not an issue of noise generation. So I would say that basically everyone, it's a win-win-win-win-win, not impacted and uncertain about San Lorenzo Valley. But that's exactly the regional win-win you were looking for. So it's pretty straightforward, hard to argue with. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and sorry for overlooking you. Jan Holiday, to be followed by Andrew Robin.
Good afternoon. I didn't do that. That was purely happenstance. I would just like to say I moved to Mountain View in 1951. I have watched the traffic on the highway increase dramatically, and now I'm victimized by the increase in the noise coming from overhead. I have a choice about whether I get in my car and tackle 101, but I don't have a choice about sitting in my house and having shaking and being woken up throughout the night. It used to be that we had quiet time for airplanes between 11 and 6, 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Am I off base with that, or was I sleeping sounder then? I'm not sure, but I did read somewhere that 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. is the preferred quiet time for airplanes landing at the airports in regional areas. If that's true, it seems to be overlooked. I have had occasion to be working late and getting in at 12 o'clock at night, and at 12:45, as I'm just falling off to sleep, I am awoken by airplane noise. As far as the previous comment regarding Palo Alto not being concerned, when all 3 patterns converge at lower altitude, it certainly does make a difference in how we sleep and how our children are in school. Listen to the teacher who lives with it on a daily basis. Listen to the people that aren't sleeping. And I'm not going to tell you DAVYJ, next gen, surfer, I don't care. just make it a lot better for most people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Folks, we got Andrew Robin, and let me just check before Mr. Robin speaks. Jill Boatwright was called earlier. Is Ms. Boatwright here, and does she wish to speak? All right, if not, we'll come back much later then. Andy Robin, followed by John Guislin, or it could be Guslin. Philippa Norman, Donald Loesch, Eric Rupp, Farzi Rao, Sharon Shibler, and Jim Harriet. Why don't we ask you all to line up if you wouldn't mind? And again, Mr. Robin, thanks for your patience, but you will be followed by John, I believe it's Gislin, Philippa Norman, Donald Loesch, Eric Rupp, Farzi Rao, Sharon Shibler, and Jim Harriet. Welcome. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. So I've been living in Palo Alto for 31 years, and I've enjoyed my time here immensely. Our kids were raised here, good place. I have to say that the current state of affairs with 747s coming in low over our house at 1:30 in the morning every night, pretty bad. House actually shakes when they come by. And I have to say that the early morning flights starting at 5:30 every morning, also pretty loud. So anything you can do to undo this current situation would be great. And it would be great if you 12 people would actually come to a consensus so your voice can be heard loudly, and so the FAA can maximize the relief available to us. Certainly things like spreading out the flight paths instead of having them converge over our home would be an improvement. If I'd have bought a house at the end of the SFO runway, I would be pretty quiet right now, but I didn't. This is incredibly unfair. If we had this level of noise from a neighbor, the police would come and tell them to shut up. So this is really a robbery of our peace and quiet, and it's a totally wrong appropriation. Please come to a consensus to reduce this noise. Thank you for your help.
Thank you for your comments. And you are to be followed by John. And John, I apologize. I'm just going to stop trying to pronounce your name if you'd help me with it.
You got it right, John Gislin.
One of my 6 tries was right. Good. Good to know. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Hi, I'm John Gislin from Palo Alto, and I'd like to first comment to the prior speaker that Palo Altans are perfectly capable of speaking for themselves. We don't need someone else to speak for us. In 3 times in
John,
2000...
excuse the interruption, but as someone who's represented for Palo Alto for 33 years, I can vouch for the veracity of that statement. I just want you to know.
Okay.
No time subtracted for that side comment. Thank you.
So the city of Palo Alto has written a letter to this committee several times, but I can't tell from the draft report that you've actually heard what we've said. So I'm going to read 4 short points to you. The first is that we've asked the FAA to create multiple waypoints so we don't have all of the traffic focused over one point, which actually impacts Palo Alto significantly. Secondly, to redirect the flights arriving from the south and the east so they don't cross over the peninsula and back over our homes. Third, to shift flights arriving from the north away from the peninsula to the bay. And lastly, the ultimate goal is to reduce plane noise. We can't reduce it to 0, but then the most important caveat is to make sure that we share that noise equitably. So I'm fortunate. I'm quite a good sound sleeper. I'm not woken up by planes. However, my wife is not so lucky, so she's woken up by them. So an unhappy spouse makes me unhappy. So please fix this problem. Thank you.
Okay, that's what we call the happy wife, happy life standard here. All right, Philippa Norman, followed by Donald Loesch, followed by Eric Rupp. Philippa?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Select Committee, and the FAA. I would like to thank you for your continued diligence in addressing the issue of aircraft noise in our community. I'm a Los Altos Hills resident, which, contrary to a statement earlier today, has not benefited, but has been severely negatively impacted by FAA route changes. I'm strongly against Davy J, but it's not that which I want to talk about. I would like to comment specifically on Section 2.4, overnight flights.
Given the devastating impact on our sleep and overall health, I was extremely disappointed in the draft recommendation 2.4, which essentially punts the issue with no clear accountability for resolution. I would like to see the Select Committee make a number of specific recommendations in this section to provide some measure of immediate relief to our communities. Most of these points are discussed or mentioned, but not explicitly recommended in other sections of your report. So I ask you to be explicit and ask to reroute all night flights over unpopulated or less populated areas, specifically the bay and ocean. Number 2, prohibit cargo planes from flying over the peninsula at night, i.e. ensure they use the full bay approach. Number 3, redirect southern arrivals to an eastern approach into SFO at night by creating a new procedure using the Faith Waypoint, as you describe in section 2.13. And finally, redefine nighttime operations from the current 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. We need 8 hours of sleep, not 5.
Thank you very much. Ms. Norman, if you have written, Ms. Norman, if you have written comments, we'd be pleased to receive them. Thank you. That takes us to Donald Loesch, Eric Rupp, Farzi Rah, Sharon Shibler, and Jim Harriet. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for all your work and the FAA and all that. But I live in Upper Scotts Valley, and I'm not very good at this stuff. A year and a half ago, we have San Jose in and out, San Francisco in, and San Francisco and Oakland leaving over at our house. It's pretty annoying. I just feel myself, I just don't think that changing noise is a good idea. Obviously, with all the people that are here, you can see that. So I'm for Davy J and against 50-50. And I think since the FAA that's their specialty in doing this, and they think that Davy J is a good thing and they can make it better than it was when it was a year and a half ago, I think we should put all of our efforts in trying to make it the best possible thing for quiet for everybody and put the airlines back where they used to be. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And it's Eric Rupp, I believe, then to be followed by Farzi Rah, or I believe it's Rah, Sharon Shibler, and Jim Harriet. Welcome.
My name is Eric Rupp. I live in SoCal, 60 miles from SFO. The knock against Americans is we're largely self-absorbed, but on this issue, our advocates have created an exemplary effort. The knock against the FAA is that they're uncaring and deaf to noise, but here they've been instrumental in suggesting feasible solutions. The knock against politicians is excessive partisanship and making winning more important than good policy and finding the greater good. But the Select Committee has an opportunity to reach consensus for Davy J and to reject 50-50 and other non-solutions. Among all the chaos of competing interests, this committee should finally stand for one principle, that you don't move noise, and when necessary, you unmove it. I'd like to strengthen these remarks to encourage this committee to seize on its unprecedented opportunity to engage the FAA and create a positive outcome. Moving Surfer to Davy J is not the be-all, end-all solution, but it's a start and a first step to creating a working relationship between the FAA and the citizens of the Bay Area. I urge each of you to resist the cynicism and steamrolling, to accept the mandate of the congressional representatives, to focus on the solutions the FAA has deemed feasible, and rise to the high art of the possible with the unanimous recommendation that the Surfer mistake be undone with the quietest implementation of Davy J as soon as possible.
Time, please. Folks, most of you have been doing a very good job of staying within that time limit, but if you could just, once you see that red sheet, finish the sentence, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Is it Farzi Rah?
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes,
To be
thank you.
followed by Sharon Shibler and Jim Harriet.
I'm Farzi Rao, and I live in Duveneck in Palo Alto. Thank you very much for the opportunity by the respected member of the Select Committee and the FAA for listening to our comments. I want to make a point about Menlo Point. The current draft proposal sets in stone today's overwhelming burden on Menlo Bay Point, loading it with 330 flights per day from 3 different flight paths, or 60% of arriving flight at SFO, flying lower than ever before, and 24 hours a day. This triple burden is hurting the health and well-being of over 100,000 people in this area, the community surrounding Menlo Point. The health impact of the utilization of a congested, low-altitude waypoint in a heavily populated area is just not represented. I basically I don't find it fair, legal, or morally acceptable. I also see that it has singled out our community as a sacrificial noise corridor. To be clear, raising the altitudes is not enough. Reducing the utilization of these paths is not enough. Still, it leaves us under 3 conversions of these flight paths, while every single community around us is barely tolerating even 1 flight path. I don't, as I said, I don't find it just or even rational. I urgently request the Select Committee to consider our city's proposal without further delay. It should be discussed objectively and impartially, point by point, and observe how it actually minimizes the burden on everybody. Noise should be first eliminated, the remainder reduced, and any noise that cannot be reduced must be shared equitably. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Sharon Shibler and then Jim Harriet.
Hi, I live in Los Altos, and I have been greatly affected by this new airplane noise. My city council has sent a unanimous letter approving their support for Davy J. Even Los Altos Hills community members came and spoke at the last council meeting, all in favor of Davy J except one. The noise should have not been transferred south, and it should most definitely not be transferred south again. The transfer of noise needs to be stopped and corrected. Steps need to be taken now to correct this situation and stop putting newly affected communities against each other. Return the pathway, support Davy J. Then use the FAA recommendations to fix the next-gen issues on the pathway. I do want to thank the FAA for having this solution to correct the Big Sur route change, and also their ideas of improving that route change in the future. Please support Davy J. It's what's best for our community is to get the noise back where it was and fix the original problems.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jim Harriet. Welcome.
Welcome. I'm an aviation professional, and I know this field can be very technical, but we always have to remember the big picture, namely that people are more important than these dirty flying machines. I fly too, but let's be honest, these shiny airplanes are basically flying toxic waste dumps. The noise causes disease, the engines are inefficient at low altitude, spraying poisonous jet fuel residue on the people below. Over 10 million passengers fly over Palo Alto each year. Over 1 million gallons of fuel are burned, or actually partially burned, over each year. That's the equivalent of 3,000 18-wheeler diesel trucks thundering through Palo Alto every day, 3,000 every day. Plus, as you know, the air routes on the aviation maps miss the big part of the story. With all due respect to my esteemed aviation FAA professionals, the FAA is operating, if you'll excuse the provocative term, a toilet over Palo Alto. Airplanes waiting to get to the final queue into SFO swirl around, so to speak, or more technically are vectored in zigs and zags at low altitudes, injuring us even more. This is the same for Big Sur, for Davy J. We founded the Sky Posse well before all of that. The good news is, but the really good news is, we won the geographical jackpot. We have the San Francisco Bay to fly over. just to finish this one paragraph, as a citizen and aviation professional, I know that 2016 we are quite intelligent enough to design an air transportation system that doesn't operate toxic waste dumps over our children and over us.
Thank you for your comments.
We must direct traffic over the bay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to read another list of folks, but before I do, I just wanted to make a comment. I have been noticing the addresses here from folks who've come from some distances in inclement weather. Members of the committee have commented on this previously. We very much appreciate the time that people have given, whether you are close by and had to take an afternoon off from your work or your life, or whether you came from a somewhat longer distance at some inconvenience. Please know that it's duly noted and appreciated, and it's really essential to our getting to a good result. So thank you again. Tammy Mulcahy will be next, followed by David Anisman, followed by Marie-Jo Fremont, followed by Ted Edwards, followed by Brian Greenan, followed by Gina Greenan, and Elaine Jackson. If we could get you all to come up and queue up in that order, please. So again, Tammy Mulcahy, David Anisman, Marie-Jo Fremont, Ted Edwards, Brian Greenan, Gina Greenan, and Elaine Jackson. Ms. Mulcahy, welcome.
Hi there. I'm actually just going to specifically address some issues on the draft report. The one is the higher volume of airplane traffic now flying on Surfer as compared to prior years for Big Sur is not specifically addressed in the draft report. This is a critical component of noise. Surfer has anywhere from 32 to 64 more volume of traffic than before, depending on the weather conditions. We ask that the traffic currently added to Surfer be rerouted back to enter the bay from the south on the Diamond arrival, especially between the hours of 5 to 8 a.m. when the Diamond arrival is not busy. Anticipating forward to time-based flow management, matters become worse. As traffic is returned to prior routes, then more space opens up on the Surfer or Davy J pathway, and thus more vectored flights stay on path. Any community under a flight path must have protections against becoming a noise corridor. Set capacity limits, a range of numbers in which the flights cannot exceed, and this will define when additional pathways are needed, and the FAA can engage with communities to establish new pathways. In addition, regarding aircraft traffic vectoring, it's been suggested that the altitude at which the aircraft is vectored could require the aircraft to fly higher, and if we required it to fly higher, that would require it to fly further south. Glenn Martin estimated that aircraft flying is at 5,500 at the vicinity of Menlo, but the altitude of vectored aircraft are actually much lower at 4,000. The level of vector airplanes can at least be as high as the Surfer route.
Thank you for your comments. David Anisman, Marie-Jo Fremont, Ted Edwards. And Marie-Jo Fremont to be followed by Ted Edwards and Brian Greenan.
Good afternoon. I'm a 23-year-old, not 23-year-old, I'm a 23-year Palo Alto resident. I wish I were 23. It was my birthday on the 23rd, so.
Well, you strike us as remarkably mature for 23, so please, go right ahead.
Seriously, I am sobered by the gravity of your recommendations because they will affect, on a daily basis, hundreds of thousands of lives for years to come. I'm troubled by what's missing in your draft report. I don't see a comprehensive plan that would show how people will regain peace and when. You were asked to seek a regional solution, yet I see individual recommendations evaluated in isolation from one another. I don't know the objectives and principles that guide your recommendations. Are you trying to reduce noise and share it equitably? Deconcentrate traffic or concentrate it further? I don't see the projected impact of your conclusions. Who will be affected and how? At a minimum, your recommendation should be contingent upon a desired impact for clearly identified communities. In addition, you should mandate that tests be conducted before any implementation. With all due respect, the FAA claimed that this next gen would have had no significant impact on our region. Let me conclude with Davy J. 2 years ago, had the FAA reached out to communities living under Big Sur, Davy J would have been flatly rejected. It would have been a bad idea then. It's still a bad idea 2 years later. It's a bad idea now. Davy J is like building a 100-line superhighway in well-established communities who used to have surface streets. Recommending Davy J is condoning low-altitude sacrificial noise corridors that are a public health threat.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to Ted Edwards, Brian Greenan, and Gina Greenan. And if you see me doing that, that is not me circling SFO. That is me asking if you could please wrap up. Okay, so Mr. Edwards, welcome, and thank you for your comments today.
Thank you all for having us. I'm Ted Edwards. I live in Felton in the Santa Cruz Mountains. I'm not 23. I first want to express a deep level of sympathy for the people who have been hideously impacted. Sound damage has been inflicted upon them with no voice. Doesn't sound very fair to me. There have been statements about, well, there were no complaints about the old route over the Santa Cruz Mountains, and that was because planes were coming in pretty high. They were coming in with not the frequency I've been hearing about today, and so there wasn't that much to complain about. We, in those areas, are deeply concerned about what the new noise levels may produce. The philosophy I just want to put out here is that shifting something bad is not the answer. We've got to find out ways to solve the problem. So I'd just like to conclude by saying, let's unify to find new areas for a regional solution. And we all need a voice moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for your comments. Brian Greenan, and then Gina Greenan.
Thank you. My name is Brian Greenan, and I'm a longtime resident of Los Altos, a city beloved for its rural feel and tranquility. Today, I respectfully ask the Select Committee to consider the following critical points regarding your draft report. 1, the SFO Roundtable, in their Memorandum of Understanding, asserts to, and I quote, not take any actions that would result in the shifting of noise from one community to another. Yet that is exactly what happened in March of 2015. The surfer ground track shifted significant noise to multiple communities, including the extremely impacted city of Los Altos. The 50-50 proposal and proposals for creating a different final waypoint for surfer also shift noise. None of these options should be considered valid. Fully implementing Davy J is the only solution that returns the ground track to its historical route and negates the shifting of noise. 2, similarly, our congressional representatives directed this Select Committee by stating, and again I quote, your mission is to review FAA proposals deemed feasible and make final consensus-backed recommendations to them. Fully implementing Davy J is the best proposal to address the unfair shifting of noise that took place in March of 2015. Therefore, I request the Select Committee to form a consensus and amend the draft report to recommend adoption of Item 1.2, Feasibility Group 2, Transitioning Surfer Back to the Bursar Ground Track. I appreciate the time and attention that the Select Committee and members of the FAA have invested in trying to fix this problem.
Thanks for your comments. Could we go to Gina Greenan, to be followed by Elaine Jackson, to be followed by Jackie Rice, and then Diane Matlock. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Dear members of the Select Committee and representatives of the FAA, thank you for your time in addressing this very complex issue. My family moved back to the Bay Area in 2002, choosing quiet, somewhat sleepy Los Altos as a good fit for our family. It was the right choice for us. But since the surfer ground track was implemented, people in Los Altos are no longer sleeping as well as we used to. The abrupt harm to our quality of life is completely unacceptable. The FAA acknowledges that moving the ground track from Bursar to surfer created myriad problems, including a surge in noise complaints from 1,200 to over 300,000 per month. The FAA proposed the Davy J ground track to right this wrong. Davy J is the only proposal that uses next-gen technology and the historically accepted ground track. Los Altos is a small city. We have no direct representative with voting rights on the committee, despite having taken a direct hit from the change in ground track. Now we are further threatened by opportunists trying to take advantage of the current chaos in an effort to secure and even expand upon misgotten gains that come at the expense of Los Altos and nearly every other nearby community. I plead with you to reject those efforts. Davy J not only reverses the harm that was imposed on unsuspecting communities, it can accommodate next-gen requirements, Class B amendments, OPD, fixing bricks, and other regional recommendations, leaving no justification for shifting airplane noise from historical routes onto other communities. Full implementation of Davy J is the best choice for our region. Thank you again.
Thank you. Elaine Jackson, Jackie Rice, and Diane Matlock. In that order, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm a 40-year resident of Boulder Creek, and I live in a very secluded area next door to a meditation center. For many, 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 many years, we had planes flying overhead, and I used it as a method to generate a good heart, saying, may you be happy, when they flew over. But they weren't flying low enough to cause this kind of kerfuffle. So it feels to me that we have to come together as a whole community and find a solution that's going to be useful for everyone. No one should have to live like what I'm hearing today. I think it's heartbreaking. So you have a difficult decision to make, but I think everyone should be included. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Jackie Rice, and then Diane Matlock, Joe Ellen Smith to follow, and then Janice King, Cheryl Poland, John King, Thea Bella, and Robert Finn. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jackie Rice, and I am a resident of the San Lorenzo Valley. I would like to repeat Mr. Smidian's summary of the draft report: to fly over places with fewer people, not more, fly at higher altitudes, and don't engage in flight maneuvers that are noisy. Davy J does not meet these requirements and was interestingly designed by a resident of the Surfer ground track named Dave. I would also like to add that, and this is important, if OPD, Class B, sequencing, altitudes, etc., will bring relief, then apply those fixes to Surfer so we can see what they accomplish. Then talk about shifting ground track, not the other way around. Davy J is not a regional solution, and it does not meet the FAA feasibility requirements that the communities under the Big Sur ground track, which is going to be the Davy J ground track, or the notational Davy J, and Surfer can be in agreement regarding any potential movements. We are not in agreement.
Thank you for your comments. Is it Diane Matlock who's up next?
Diane Matlock from Los Gatos.
And then Joe Ellen Smith. Thank you.
Okay. I believe it is your job to make recommendations to fix what got broken in March of 2015, focusing specifically on what the FAA said was feasible. We all know what created all of this uproar, and it was a new flight path, Surfer. The FAA has provided the best possible solution and is willing to honor restoring the historical ground track, and that solution is Davy J. Only this committee stands in the way of truly fixing the problem. If you sincerely believe that noise should not move, the only fair solution is Davy J. Any other solution says it's okay to move noise. The 50-50 plan is particularly troubling. It says that it is okay to put half the flight paths over quieter historical paths where there were no complaints, and then moving half over a flight path that is noisier and that has created millions of complaints. Davy J and Surfer are not equivalent. Even identical descent procedures would unfairly punish those at higher elevations if Surfer is left in place. The 50-50 plan would violate the don't move noise principle. Please don't let politics get in the way of correcting the FAA's mistake. There is a lot of conflicting data being thrown around to support hidden agendas. Please listen to the FAA on what is feasible and listen to them on what the true impact of Davy J is. And then also listen to the number of complaints on Surfer. The complaints seem to be the only data that cannot be manipulated by others. Please do the right thing and support Davy J. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comments. Joe Ellen Smith, Janice King, and Cheryl Poland, please.
Hi, I'm Joellen Smith, and I'm up at the summit at the Los Gatos mountain area. So I'm about 60 miles from SFO. Really felt like I was a lot of miles from about anything. The closest store is 20 minutes. Took me 20 minutes to drive my kids to school for, 12 years. So I have been at every one of these meetings, and I have listened, and I have marveled at Mr. Smidian and Glenn Martin banter back and forth and have good humor, and I appreciate all your time that you've taken. And I've driven from Santa Cruz to Palo Alto, which is kind of interesting for us because we are an urban, smaller area. I want to promote Davy J and speak to the 1.2 in your draft that Davy J is the way to go. I don't believe in rural versus urban. Urban has better or more ambient noise. We have nothing. We're from crickets to jet planes. And I don't find that to be equitable in any way. The other part with that is 50-50. It's build it, they will come. Is that 50 here, 80-20? What's that? I just don't even think that's a viable solution. I want to thank Glenn Martin, because I think you've done a great job. I'm glad that the FAA came here. It was more of Santa Cruz that brought this together. Unfortunately, none of this is in our hometown to talk about. We're always over here. So I don't know if you know where SoCal is. Do you know where Felton is? But please look at Davy J. It is the answer. It worked. And Big Sur people don't even know they have Big Sur or airplanes. So let's look at that too. It worked.
Thanks so much for your comments. And Janice King, to be followed by Cheryl Poland.
That was a good segue. Good afternoon. My name is Jan King, and I'm a resident of Felton, which may come as a surprise to many, is an actual town in the San Lorenzo Valley. In May, I, along with many of my over 34,000 neighbors, learned that one of the main objectives of SOS, Quiet Skies, and others was to relocate their unwanted flight path to our neighborhood. While we were in complete sympathy with their noise situation, we are disappointed that our valley has not been fully engaged in meaningful discussions to solve the problem. Some concerns I have are, why, when implementing NextGen, did the FAA's feasibility studies determine that Surfer was the optimal path? And why can those studies now be disregarded? If all the fixes proposed are going to be the solution to the noise problem, why then does it still require that the flight path be changed? And finally, as a state park docent, how will Davy J impact the ecologically sensitive areas that lie beneath it, areas such as Zianti Sandhills and its numerous endangered species? We applaud and thank the committee for all of their hard work on this draft. However, until all affected people can be included in meaningful discussions on moving this path, I urge you to vote no on Davy J. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That takes us to Cheryl Poland, John King, Thea Bella, Robert Finn, and I'm told Jill Boatwright is back. Ms. Poland, welcome.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Poland. I'm co-founder of Quiet Skies NorCal. We represent thousands of residents across the 3 counties. We've heard expert testimony from Mr. Martin regarding the Davy J procedure. Mr. Martin has stated that Davy J can be quieter than Big Sur, so it doesn't just restore our next-gen environment, it actually improves upon it. I ask that you fully embrace the FAA's expert testimony and ignore the individuals that are attempting to falsely demonize Davy J. You've heard from the community. You know that the vast majority of residents are fully behind implementing Davy J and rescinding Surfer. I ask that you heed the will of the people and vote to recommend Davy J and rescind Surfer. As for the 50-50 option, this is not a noise abatement solution. It helps no one and in fact makes things worse. I ask that you heed the words of Chairman Simidian. I quote, "If something is a bad idea, cutting it in half doesn't make it a good idea." Thank you for getting that. 50-50 is simply theater. It has no place here. We're looking for solutions that fix serious problems. So thank you, Select Committee members. Thank you to the FAA for your patience and your willingness to work with our community. But the real hero in this is Anna Eshoo. The community will forever be grateful to her leadership in creating this unprecedented opportunity for the community to have a seat at this table. Thank you.
Thank you. John King, who will be followed by Thea Bella and Robert Finn. Mr. King, welcome.
Thank you and good afternoon. I apologize if what you're going to hear from me you've heard thousands of times before, but that's the best I can do. Sorry. I'd also like to express some sympathy for the people that live under Surfer. I know that they didn't want what they've got with the attendant noise and concentration of aircraft. I've lived in Felton for 35 years. Our home is under the discontinued Big Sur flight path to SFO. We are resisting transfer of the Surfer approach procedure to the notional Davy J procedure. Davy J aircraft would fly a lower altitude profile than Big Sur allowed and cause the same noise problem that Surfer does now. Until the Class B airspace configuration is changed and OPD instituted, there is no noise-related benefit to Davy J, just a relocation of it. Further, with Class B modified and OPD established, we would be closer to an agreeable regional solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Theobella, Robert Finn, and then Jill Boatwright.
The committee, the FAA, those assembled. I'd observe that where I reside in Palo Alto, that all the aircraft fly relatively low, and that a good many heavy jet aircraft fly seemingly not much over 1,000 feet in elevation, night and day. However, I observe that although it helped to raise aircraft at minimum waypoint, in this area at least, to at least 4,000 feet and above, that I would recommend something more comprehensive in using national geography of this area, the Pacific Ocean, the Bay, to fan all aircraft landing and outgoing, in and out, to best effect, to least impact the fewest number of people. As this ceiling the sky, there are many heavy jet aircraft in the sky, but also many other aircraft. Light aircraft, helicopters, drones, etc. They all have an impact. They all make noise. And I believe they should all be considered. Because the health and well-being of this community is what we're after. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robert Finn, Jill Boatwright, and David Anisman, if he's returned. Mr. Finn, welcome.
Thank you. Well, it's clear there is a problem. Some of us have proposed the simple solution of returning to the returning to the pre-next gen procedures for the Bay Area. The draft report rejects that option summarily for the reason, and I'll quote, that FAA was required by law to adopt new and advanced technology. The Select Committee is apparently telling us that Congress required FAA to make things new, even when doing so would actually make things disastrously worse. I find it hard to accept such a reason. In any event, there is nothing to stop us from attaching new labels to the substance of what was here before. What we had here 2 years ago functioned for us. It was a tried and true system that worked for everyone, and complaints were rare. What conceivable reason can there be to change such a system at great expense to something whose results are at best speculative? Should I discard my kitchen can opener, which works faultlessly, for an elaborate contraption that makes a lot of noise but won't open my cans? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Finn. Jill Boatwright?
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for letting me back in.
Sure, absolutely.
I would like to thank Glenn Martin and the FAA for their participation, and also all the members of the Select Committee as well. This move to Next Gen has proven that changing flight paths cause problems. Surfer has been a nightmare for my family and many others. We need to revert back to the legacy flight path that has been there for 30 years with no real issues, and modify that as necessary. As far as the 50-50 solution, I don't see how that can be good for anyone. But the FAA reports did show a high feasibility to move back with Davy J. And I don't feel this is really moving noise to anybody else, but it's rather righting a mistake and starting over and fixing it. I support Davy J 100%, and I ask that you do as well. What I really want in all this, I want my life back. I want my sleep back. I want my health back. I want my home to be a sanctuary again. I moved out there for the peace and quiet, and I haven't had that for a year and a half, and it's really hard. So I'd love for you to support Davy J. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We tried earlier with David Anisman, and he seemed out at the time. Is Mr. Anisman still with us? Nope. All right. Stefania Pietraszek, Lauren Githens, Correa Porter, Celeste Athens, and that's it for now. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you, everybody. One thing that's become painfully clear is that, yes, aircraft noise is a widespread problem. And wouldn't it be wonderful if this committee of 12 people could just solve it all? But let me draw you back to your mission as you chose to accept it from Congress. And that is to review the FAA proposals deemed feasible and make final consensus based on the recommendation back to Congress. That's the mission. It's definitive, it's precise. Fix the problems that were introduced in the South Bay arrival area in March of 2015. The FAA has told you how to do that. Let me pull up something in your own document. Section 4.1. The committee was wholly comprised of elected lay people. Charging a group of elected lay people, with all due respect, your words, with the responsibility of making recommendations in this area is less than ideal. Subsequently, the FAA should come to the members and their affected constituents with proposals for review and comment. They have done exactly that. The FAA has given you the answer for how to fix the problem. Everything in this document, past Section 1, is a group of civilians with the best of intent defining what the FAA should do and how our skies should be run. And that's exactly counter to what you said you would like. Please, I support Davy J. The FAA has told you they are the experts. You yourself say you want the experts to give you the answers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Lauren Githens, to be followed by, I believe it's Correa Porter.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Lauren Githens. Look at all the distress and trouble the surfer route has caused. As long as it exists, it will remain a source of conflict for this entire region. It is time for it to end. Davy J is the one proposal deemed feasible by the FAA that would most effectively return our skies to pre-March 2015 noise levels. In addition, although not reflected in the draft report, the FAA has said that the altitudes of Davy J could be raised beyond what was originally projected, making it even quieter. If the Select Committee cannot achieve a consensus around this obvious solution because of members' agendas or personal ambitions, it would be an embarrassment to the committee and to the congressional representatives who formed it. Please move forward with a yes vote on Davy J.
Thank you for your comments. Correa Porter, folks. Ooh. Correa Porter will be followed by Celeste Athens, I believe, or Athens, forgive me.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Porter. Sorry for my poor handwriting.
Sorry for my poor eyesight, Karen. Thank you.
And I'm not even a doctor. I live just southwest of Menlo Waypoint. I appreciate the committee's and the FAA's time and effort, but my concern is that the draft report nibbles around the edges of the problem. Specifically, Section 2.5 seems to punt on a solution to the injustice imposed on the Mid-Peninsula by failing to recommend any change to the Menlo Waypoint due to the purported risk that such action would, quote, simply result in noise shifting. We are not asking for a complete relocation of flights. That would be actual noise shifting, but for a fair and equitable distribution of flights at reasonable altitudes. Leaving Menlo Waypoint as it is results in an increasing stream of jets flying at lower and lower altitudes on a steady basis over our communities, condemning Palo Alto and the Mid-Peninsula to be the sacrificial noise corridor. I also am troubled that the report does not discuss NextGen's serious health effects. A constant barrage of planes affects heart rates, stress levels, ability to concentrate and sleep. And jet fumes increase lung disease and cancer rates. This is happening over our homes and businesses as well as schools and parks. It needs to be remedied by the FAA. I don't believe that Davy J represents a comprehensive or fair solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Celeste Athens? Sure.
I'm with the loud one.
Celeste Githens. Welcome.
Thank you. There have been millions of noise complaints logged because of Surfer. We have this select committee because of Surfer. My 7th grade students had a substitute math teacher today because of Surfer. I'm here again today trying to follow this moving target. 2 working meetings have stretched to 7, and 3 public comment meetings have grown to 4, and I have taken the time to read your draft document. I saw on page 8, the committee recognizes that the FAA failed to amend the Class B airspace prior to implementing Surfer. Now, the FAA has a plan to fix the Class B airspace and return flights to the previously established Big Sur ground track and at altitudes higher than Surfer if you ask them to do that. Pages 8 and 9 of the draft document address this fix. This fix is Davy J. Davy J is the only humane recommendation that you can make to unequivocally reject the March 2015 decision to move noise. Davy J will reinstate an established flight path, one that was recognized and accepted for decades, and we are long overdue for relief. It is time for the healing process to begin, and I ask you to please recommend Davy J because it's the right thing to do, and I believe in your hearts you have to know that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That takes us to Jennifer Landesman, to be followed by Betty Caton. I have a card for Lissy Bland, but I believe we heard from Ms. Bland already. She'll tell us if we didn't. Rod Miller, Richard Fikes, Chris Moriarty, Victoria Reich, and Darlene Yapley, I believe. And before Ms. Landesman begins, colleagues, it would be my plan at 3:30 for us to take about a 5-minute break. That will allow a couple of our members to exit. That will allow a couple of the alternates to step up. That will allow members of the public who want to slip away quietly to slip away quietly. And so that's the plan, but we'll keep marching forward until that time. Jennifer Landesman and then Betty Caton, Ms. Landesman.
Dear committee, the best idea to solve this problem is to use the full length of the bay. The worst is to employ the selfish and corrupt concept of saving some people at the expense of others. Davy J must be rejected because Davy J procedures end in a catastrophic manner, as Surfer does. The draft sidesteps the elephant in the room, which is the physical and emotional assault from the Menlo Waypoint, exponentiated by NextGen. You have evidence that Menlo is unabated brutality of noise harm, afflicting and risking lives. Giant jet noise penetrating homes, schools, the health and well-being of innocent people and children. The worst is the battery of the night flights. I question that your report should serve as a gatekeeper for potential solutions. If anything, there should be pages added about why and how to stop the Menlo perpetration. Make the 4 recommendations from the City of Palo Alto your asks of the FAA. And I implore the FAA organization to not let go until this blunder and obscenity of the Menlo Waypoint is stopped. Ladies, gentlemen, your asks of Congress can help stop this brutality, or you can implicitly condone it. I insist that the latter is not an option. Please use every minute that you have left with this report to save lives and end this unnecessary nightmare. Jets must be routed higher over the bay. Thank you.
Thank you. Betty Caton, to be followed by Rod Miller.
Hi, Betty Caton from Los Altos Hills. I thought Davy J was a great idea. I wore a red shirt, I wrote you guys letters, I showed up, signed the petition, and then I saw the FAA noise report. And what it says is Davy J isn't what I thought it was. It may be the same ground track, but it's a heck of a lot noisier. So I'm here to say that if we want to do the ground track, I don't think that's what counts. I think what matters is Class B airspace, OPD, less concentration, less vectoring, the A320 wines, and a lot of the other comments in your report. So if you do adopt AVJ, I would say it can't be done in isolation. It has to be done with all the other goodies. And I know it's a draft report, but it looks like there's 26 or whatever independent decisions. It looks like we need a holistic solution, which is to say there's one way to do it. So when you hear that Los Altos Hills supports this, we don't. We supported what we thought was AVJ, which is Big Sur. So the recommendation is Gary Waldeck is here. He represents Los Altos Hills. And the fact that we didn't show up at the Los Altos Town Hall shouldn't make you think it. And all my friends that signed it thought they were signing up for Big Sur. So I think what's going to happen if we do go with AVJ is this room is going to be equally full about a year from now with people saying, it didn't get any better. It's just as noisy. I thought it was going to go back to the way it was. So please, if we do AVJ, let's make it the way it was. Let's get rid of the noise, altitude, Class B airspace, and so on. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Caton. Whoa, folks. Please, please, please. Rod Miller, to be followed by Richard Fikes, to be followed by Chris Moriarty, to be followed by Victoria Reich and Darlene Yapley. Is it Mr. Miller?
Right.
Welcome.
I live about 8 blocks down the red line, so I'm very familiar with what we're all talking about. You all step forward to perform public service, and for better or for worse, you all got elected. And you can see there's a lot of pain in this room. And we really need you to do the right thing. We need you to eliminate noise where it's possible and to equitably and fairly distribute the remaining noise over the regions affected by it. So please do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Fikes, then Chris Moriarty.
Good afternoon. I'm a long-term resident of Palo Alto and have been greatly disturbed by aircraft noise over my home since the implementation of NextGen in 2015. Although the Mid-Peninsula is one of the most negatively impacted regions in the Bay Area by the current version of NextGen, the draft report from the committee does not seem to address in any significant way the noise problems on the Mid-Peninsula. We need recommendations from you that will raise the altitude of flights that occur over residential areas, disperse flights that fly over residential areas to minimize the impact on any one area, and move as many flights as possible away from residential areas to, for example, over the bay. AVJ, by the way, does not achieve those goals. The City of Palo Alto has now submitted to you well thought out and documented proposals that reduce airplane noise for the entire area. Those proposals are not in the draft report. I am here to urge you to carefully consider those proposals and to include them in your recommendations. The Palo Alto proposals that would have the most significant impact on the noise problems in the Mid-Peninsula are for new arrival procedures for flights coming into SFO from the south. For example, the Palo Alto Higher proposal would move arrival flights over sparsely populated hills east of I-5 while they are still at high altitudes and therefore not causing noise problems over those areas, and then have those flights enter the bay from the south, thereby maximizing descent over water. So I urge you to recommend and include the Palo Alto proposals in your report.
Thank you for your comments. Chris Moriarty and then Victoria Reich.
Hi, all. This is the first meeting that I have attended, although I have been concerned about airport noise for many, many years. In 2001, specifically September 10th, 2001, my husband and I and my 3-month-old son sold our house in Burlingame to get the hell away from the airport noise. The jet noise with the flight path over Burlingame was beyond awful. At that time, I met with the noise abatement office. I showed up in the office. I was there for 2 or 3 hours. We looked at flight paths. We determined that Portola Valley was the best possible place for us to go. So we moved to Portola Valley, renting until the market dove, and we bought our house. And we ate a lot of rice and beans for years. Right now, we have flights every minute to 2 minutes during the day, at night, and it shakes our house. It's unbelievable. This is not what we signed up for. I have nothing to say about Davy J. What I would like to see is no more vectoring of the flights over the Portola Valley Mid-Peninsula area as has been occurring over the last couple of years, particularly since the instigation of NextGen. I do think that flights need to be pushed back out to the bay where they're not going to disturb anyone. And I would like to know why there isn't any kind of curfew for SFO. There's allegedly a curfew for San Jose. Why is this happening? We've got these oceanic flights that come in 5 in the morning. It's ridiculous. Thank you for your time.
Victoria Reich, Darlene, I believe it's Yapley if I'm reading it correctly. Yeah. Ms. Reich.
Thank you. I live in Palo Alto. My 2 granddaughters, who are cousins, live in Mountain View in the Los Altos School District. My younger granddaughter attends preschool in Menlo Park. I go hiking in Portola Valley. My neighborhood, my home, is the Mid-Peninsula. I appreciate the committee's hard work. However, the draft report offers no substantive solution for those living near the Menlo Waypoint. We are a dense population of people. East Palo Alto has 15,000 people per square mile. Palo Alto and East Palo Alto together are 100,000 people. It is nonsense to say noise can't be shifted. Noise has been and continues to be shifted to the Menlo area. Noise shifting must be on the table for the report. Approximately 60% of all SFO traffic is over our heads. Jet noise demonstrably hurts people. We, you, me, our children are being harmed. Health impacts and how they will be addressed must be in the report. Measure the noise, and then for each proposal, determine how many people, adults and children, are put in harm's way. Don't settle for winners and losers. A primary goal of this committee should be do no harm. I insist on a solution for us all. Ask the FAA to significantly increase plane altitudes over our homes and schools, route descents away from our homes and schools, minimize dirty maneuvers over our homes and schools, reducing noise to the greatest possible extent, and share the remaining noise equitably. Insist that our congressional representatives serve the entire community.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Yapley.
Noise shifting, in or out? Yes, we did not have noise in Palo Alto. Now we do have the noise. We did not consent to it. We did not buy it. We did not give input on it. Now we are now told we can't shift it because it's ours. Others are here today because they too are suffering. Noise has been shifted to all of us. Some in Santa Cruz are proposing Davy J, but Davy J does shift back noise to a previous route and moves the noise to others according to the FAA. More planes are going to fly through Menlo, which already has a non-compliant altitude of 4,000 feet, which is lower planes, noisier planes, and more concentrated routes. Is this not noise shifting? The report should define what noise shifting is, create principles around noise shifting, and apply it consistently. How can you allow a proposal like Davy J that is noise shifting, and then on the other hand say you can't do a recommendation to look at another surfer waypoint because it is noise shifting? The position of the no noise movement is disingenuous. In the report, noise shifting must be on the table. You need to call it what it is. Build on section 4.1 and let's stop pitting one community versus another. Look at the big picture and take a regional solution. What should be added is creating design principles that are equitable and setting priorities with the FAA. The solution can make most people happy. Don't settle. Get to the solution for the greater good.
Thank you for your comments. We have Elizabeth Erickson to be followed by either Charles Shi or Charles Shin. So Elizabeth Erickson, then Charles Shin or Shi, Thomas Reinfleisch, Mark Lerner, Stephen Wilcox, Karen Rothschild, Scott Klein, and Brian Tucker. So could I ask Elizabeth Erickson, Charles Shi or Shin, Thomas Reinfleisch, Mark Lerner, Stephen Wilcox, Karen Rothschild, Scott Klein, and Brian Tucker.
Hi, Joe. I have gotten permission to give my 90 seconds because everything I have to say to...
I'm sorry, we're not going to do that, folks. We're going to have you do your 90 seconds and then your 90 seconds. Otherwise, I'll have folks who show up with 40 cards who want to speak for an hour, and then things will get out of hand here in a hurry. So please try and bear with our 90-second ruler. Thanks.
Are you ready for me?
We are ready for you.
I would like to thank everyone in this room because you all care about or are involved in your communities. NextGen has lofty goals, safety and efficiency being on the top of the list. But the devil is in the details. The implementation and design lacks consideration of the communities it affects. NextGen is not ready for prime time. Why do I say that? Because many communities throughout the U.S., not just our NorCal Metroplex, are affected. The federal legislation, H.R. 658, FAA Modernization and Reform Act of 2012, is flawed. It needs to be amended to allow the rollback of the NextGen until the technology is ready for deployment. The FAA readily admits that tools are still under development. Tweaking and hacking solutions should not be allowed at the expense of people living under these newly designed super noise ways. Super highways. The mitigation of airport noise is a highly specialized technical subject. Many people, including the Select Committee, have spent much time and effort in studying this problem. Some communities have spent considerable money employing consultants such as Freytag Associates and Williams Aviation. The problem with individual communities employing consultants is that a consultant will be biased toward mitigations that favor the community footing the consultant's bill. It is ridiculous that affected communities and the Select Committee need to provide the FAA with mitigation options. The FAA needs to be responsible for its mistakes and fix them in a timely manner. They say a picture is worth 10,000 words. Well, an experience is worth many more. And the number of words to describe a prolonged experience over time, not unlike a sound increase measured in decibels, follows a logarithmic
And
curve.
handing off in the relay race here.
Okay, yes. I propose the communities that can afford to engage outside consultants pony up a little bit more and buy a tiny house. This tiny house could start out being placed under Waypoint Menlo. As needed, it could also be moved to other affected communities. Michael Herta and Jim Eck and their loved ones can live there until the NextGen noise assault on our communities is mitigated. After they live there day after day and their loved ones attend our schools under these super noiseways, no-fly homes on the weekends are allowed, and experience diminished quality of life due to NextGen noise firsthand, I am sure the NextGen noise problems will be mitigated in a more timely fashion. Who knows, Michael Huerta and Jim Eck may even call for an amendment to H.R. 658 so that procedures can be rolled back until a tenable solution is found to the noise problems. As a plus, after noise mess is alleviated, the tiny house could be repurposed to address the serious housing shortages and other pressing problems that the Bay Area faces.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Thomas Reinfleisch, Mark Lerner, Stephen Wilcox. In that order, please. Come on up, gentlemen.
My name's Tom Rindfleisch. I live in Crescent Park in Palo Alto.
One moment, Mr. Reinfleisch. Folks, could we get some quiet there at the lobby? We need to be able to hear the speakers. Shh. Thanks so much, and we're going to start your clock all over again.
Once more.
Thanks.
I'm Tom Rindfleisch. I live in Crescent Park in Palo Alto. First, thank you all for your very hard work on these very perplexing problems. My main point concerns Section 2.5 of the Menlo Waypoint. The draft report states in bold italics, the Select Committee does not recommend that a different final waypoint be established for the surfer procedure if such an action simply results in noise shifting. This stricture makes no logical sense and must be more carefully crafted. Every rearrangement of flight paths entails rerouting aircraft and shifting their associated noise, like the FAA has done. I urge you to consider two aspects of the noise shifting constraint, the ethical principles involved and the physical criteria. With respect to ethical principles, Mr. Simidian stated these well in this morning's Mercury News. Any regional noise solution must mitigate noise as much as possible, fly high, fly over water or non-residential areas, and minimize noisy maneuvers, and then disperse unavoidable remaining noise as equitably as possible over the remaining communities. With regard to physical criteria, I urge you to accept a criterion by which noise is not above ambient sound. All of our neighborhoods have an ambient background. I suggest that if a solution is higher than 7,000 to 8,000 feet and does not add more than 45 decibels DNL to the neighborhood, that does not constitute adding noise. My final comment is please consider the Palo Alto proposals that have been put forth before your committee that abide by these criteria and our attempts to use the
you really are well beyond the 90 seconds I have to ask you to wrap. Thank you. Mark Lerner, to be followed by Stephen Wilcox.
Hello, my name is Mark Lerner. I'm a resident of Los Altos. First, I'd like to thank the Select Committee and the members of the FAA for putting their time in to help look at this most important issue. I want to talk a little bit about the Palo Alto plan. It has been mentioned several times. The plan has many good aspects that are a win for everybody, such as using the Bodega East approach, adding vortex generators to A320s. These are all good ideas. Unfortunately, the plan also includes a proposal to add a new noise corridor called Surfer Eddy using the Dumba Waypoint. Surfer Eddy overflies central Los Altos and Mountain View. The plan talks about splitting the traffic between Surfer Eddy and Surfer. That sounds good. But if you look at the actual paths, both Surfer and Surfer Eddy overfly Los Altos. Surfer on the north, Surfer Eddy in the center. So the net result is two noise paths with overlapping noise shadows over Los Altos. While the plan would reduce Surfer traffic for Palo Alto, Los Altos would get 100% of the traffic along with two sacrificial noise corridors. Plus Mountain View would be gifted with a new noise corridor as well. I believe we should work with the FAA along with the airline industry to implement quiet procedures and make necessary aircraft modifications to minimize the inherent noise overhead. Cities working to push their noise on other cities is not the answer.
Thank you for your comments. And that takes us to Stephen Wilcox, to be followed by Karen Rothschild and Scott Klein. Welcome, sir.
Hi, Stephen Wilcox. I'm a resident of unincorporated Santa Cruz County above Los Gatos. Thank you to Glenn and the FAA team and to all the members of the Select Committee for all the work you've done so far. I'm troubled by the to be determined recommendation on item 1.2, Davy J. FAA testimony and common sense tell us that implementing Davy J will result in an improvement in the noise situation in Santa Cruz County. FAA testimony also made it clear that over the Mid-Peninsula, Davy J would be no different noise-wise than an OPD Surfer. Again, common sense tells us the same thing, as they would have identical vertical profiles. So why then is there any rational objection to Davy J? One plausible explanation which has been put forth is that if Davy J is blocked, it will set a precedent that it is okay to move noise to your neighbors. I trust that all the members of the Select Committee have enough integrity to not block a good solution simply to set a bad precedent. Please do not allow the shifted ground track of Surfer to stand. Please put it back where it was when I bought my home, which I chose the location of because of its quiet. Please put it back where it was for more than 30 years without significant complaint. Please vote yes on Davy J. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. I think that takes us to Karen Rothschild, yes, and then Scott Klein and Brian Tucker. Welcome.
Thank you all. I am Karen Rothschild from the Santa Cruz Mountains in District 5.
Could I ask you to pull that microphone a little closer, please, and we'll start your time again.
Thank you so much. Hello, I am Karen Rothschild from the Santa Cruz Mountains in District 5, and my family and I live directly under Surfer. Our community and many others have been asking our representatives and the FAA for help from this poorly designed flight path for over 1.5 years now. The FAA has proposed Davy J as a fix for the many problems of Surfer. Per the FAA, Davy J would fly higher and quieter than Surfer and also avoids the high elevation areas. In addition, if Davy J is adopted, then the problems with bricks can also be corrected. Yet the draft committee report describes this proposal as notional, which feels like there is a bias against Davy J with an intent to negatively influence the vote against it. The draft report also states that the committee feels the process is backwards and that the FAA should be making recommendations to the committee on how to fix technical flight paths issues, not vice versa. The FAA has done this in the form of Davy J. The main reason this committee has been formed is to deal with the great number of complaints about Surfer, and now there is a solution. Proposing other remedies such as 50/50 that the FAA does not support or deem viable does not help anyone and is actually delaying relief for those communities that desperately need it. We really need your help, so please come together and support Davy J. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your comments. Scott Klein, and then Brian Tucker.
My name is Scott Klein, and I'd like to thank you, Chairman and Select Committee, for giving me this opportunity to be heard. I've been scratching out things that other people have said.
And now, Mr. Klein, I'm going to ask you to lift it up as well. So
Certainly.
There you go.
And 2015 March, I think a mistake was made, and a change in my environment occurred. I've heard people speak eloquently for and against AVJ, for the Palo Alto plan, making noise less for everyone. But what I want to talk about is, where were you before this change was made in 2015? Nowhere. And so my world changed. And the other point I want to make that I've heard a little bit on was the ambient noise. I just heard it. Delta from baseline. You know, we spent 10 minutes looking at slides, understanding DNL and procedures, and I've learned more than I ever wanted to. I know you have as well. But at nighttime, my house, the loudest sound is crickets. And there's been this tremendous change. So if 60 decibels from 0 or 4 or 5 is to me an enormous change. When I hear people say that Davy J will be horrible because there'll be new noise, I understand. But I know that the delta in sound is less than the delta for me, because under the Big Sur, there was airplane noise. Maybe it wasn't that loud. Maybe there'll be +3 or +6 or -3 or -6. But to me, this change in baseline is critical. If we can approve the Davy J, I'll run on. Thank you. Good luck to you all.
And to us all. Brian Tucker.
Thank you. The purpose of my remark is to point out what I think are 3 important omissions in your draft discussion report. The first is, I think it would be convenient to have a list of all the proposed technical solutions you considered, whether they came from the FAA, yourself, or local communities such as Palo Alto that we've heard about today. The second important omission, I think, is a list of the criteria by which you evaluated each of these proposed solutions. And finally, a description based on those criteria of how the committee evaluated each of those solutions. As the report is currently structured, the reader is not able to understand how you came up with your recommendations. Reaching consensus is necessary but not sufficient. Did you consider all the possible solutions presented to you? On what basis did you accept some and not others? As it is, we can't reach a conclusion as to the logic or fairness of what you decided. As I understand it, your charter does not require you to explain your decisions, but I suggest that you do so. Unless you do, your report will not be easily accepted, either by individual citizens or the members of the city councils affected, especially those not represented on the Select Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that takes us to Jason Van Siever and Ruth Van Siever. Yes, Jason Van Sciver and Ruth Van Sciver and Ellen Foley and Carrie Yarkin.
Thanks for the opportunity to provide the input. Appreciate all your work up to this point. My name is Jason Van Sciver, and I live on Skyline Boulevard in the Los Gatos Mountains at 2,500 feet. And I attended some of the Select Committee meetings in person and read many of the summaries. I have developed an appreciation for the tough assignment that you've all been given by the congressional members. And I asked myself, what would I do if I was on the committee? And thus, what would I expect of you? So I would listen to the input and prioritize it from the victims of the communities that were directly harmed by the change to Surfer. And then I would listen to the input from the other communities and I would make sure that the solution that I implemented didn't harm them as well, and doesn't add anything new. But I would say that a 30-year-old flight path isn't anything new. I would ask for input and analysis from the FAA, and I would ask them how they would come up with a solution for a problem that they admittedly created. Using this input, I would vote for the most equitable solution and right the wrongs, and something that was easy to defend to my constituents, and I would directly address the original charter of the committee. This committee wasn't created to solve world hunger. It was created to take input and fix the problem in a timely manner. The FAA made the recommendations, and we ask you to solve the problem. The only option is to vote for Davy J, and please include those recommendations in the report.
Thank you. Editorial comment here, world hunger might have been easier, but Ruth Van Sciver. Sorry,
Yes.
couldn't resist.
My name's Ruth Van Sciver. I'm married to him. We live at 2,500 feet right under Surfer. In the spring of 2015, the FAA made a big mistake and moved noise. The number of flights increased over our house intolerably. The flights accelerate and use speed brakes and are loud. It is completely unacceptable. We had no voice in this decision. The FAA realized their mistake through all the complaints and resolved to fix it by implementing Davy J, which is an improved version of the original BSR ground track. This track has been in existence for at least 30 years. The Surfer and Davy J tracks converge as they get to the bay. For all practical purposes, they are the same over places such as Palo Alto. The FAA has said that the decibel readings are within 1 dB. However, Palo Alto residents are unhappy because Davy J and Surfer both channel flights over a loud corridor. Davy J improves the situation for mountain communities significantly, but it doesn't solve Palo Alto's problem. On the other hand, Davy J doesn't make Palo Alto's problem any worse than it already is with Surfer. My suggestion is implement Davy J immediately with the condition that the FAA work immediately on multiple waypoints that mimic the original pre-next-gen path to avoid the concentrated paths over Palo Alto. This is a longer time frame effort and should not hold up immediate implementation of Davy J, but will help remedy Palo Alto's issues as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ellen Foley and Carrie Yarkin, please.
Thank you all very much for your thoughtful attention to this important problem. Thank you to the FAA as well. As one who moved from Menlo Park to the Skyline area in the Santa Cruz Mountains above Los Gatos, I am a strong supporter of Davy J. Davy J is no longer a notion. It is a fully vetted and modeled proposal that the FAA has deemed a feasible solution to the mistake that was Surfer. Language matters. I recommend that you eliminate the word notional when referring to Davy J. Although I understand there is more work to be done, I am disappointed that item 1.2 in your report is listed as TBD due to lack of consensus. That lack of consensus seems to stem from new and arguably notional ideas presented to the committee through this process, many of which cannot be implemented without negatively impacting new communities like Mountain View, who are not even in these discussions right now. My disappointment aside, I want to share the specifics of Davy J that are important. OPD Davy J is higher and quieter than OPD Surfer over most of its path. OPD Davy J does not move current noise pollution to the San Lorenzo Valley. It will have less noise pollution. I'll jump to the end for time. I'd like to urge you and recommend the immediate implementation of Davy J, and then ask you to establish a process to continue the conversation about the other suggestions in your report that will help the severely impacted communities around the Menlo Waypoint.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Yarkin, to be followed by Rachel Worrell and Janet Molesky.
Members of the Select Committee and FAA officials, I have attended all the Select Committee hearings and have come away very frustrated with the committee's original charge to come up with solutions for the flight paths into SFO. But you have the caveat that the committee cannot move noise. These two criteria make any potential recommendations almost impossible. I think you can all agree to 3 guiding principles to any solutions you come up with. Use the geographical jackpot, which we call the Bay, no sacrificial noise corridors over populated areas, and then whatever noise is left, fairly and equitably distributed among all Bay Area residents. Many members of the audience have asked me, didn't you have noise before next-gen implementation? Well, for my family, the summer of 2014, which the FAA knows was when you first started trying out the next-gen, those flights went directly. Okay, the flights seemed to come out of nowhere. There were conga lines of planes 4,000 feet directly over my home and my neighborhood in Midtown Palo Alto. Surfer, Bodega, Oceanic, with all their vectored flights, converge either directly over my home or neighborhood within a narrow swath of land nearby. This aeronautical superhighway has been hell for me and my family. It's clear that the committee is made up of all lay people except for one member. A plan was developed by aviation consultants Freytag and Associates, and it used all the FOIA data to come up with regional workable solutions that use the full length of the bay, lessen the sacrificial noise corridors, and lessen TPA. Feel our pain, make a bold statement that benefits all the people in this room and the Mid-Peninsula. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe it's Rachel Worrell and then Janet Molesky.
I'm quite tall, so... my name is Rachel Worrell. I live in the foothills of the Santa Cruz Mountains in, I guess you would call it, North Scotts Valley. I am very concerned about the noise of Surfer. I live directly under it, and I would very much encourage the committee to reach a consensus and support and vote on Davy J. However, my concern here today is to address, or to ask a question really, which is, it seems to me that there has been some degree of misinformation passed around with the intention, it seems to me, of frightening certain residents of certain communities that the implementation of Davy J would create a worse noise situation for them than currently exists for the people who live under Surfer. I guess I just have a question about that, which is, if the FAA has been having so much fun during this process, which was caused by the implementation of Surfer, why would it, unless it's masochistic, why would it decide to make the situation worse so it can have another go and have another load of fun when it moves the flight path to Davy J? It seems to me that it's worth asking the question, perhaps the FAA, which seems to be strongly recommending that we, the committee, do reach a consensus and vote positively on Davy J, because it's actually not going to be worse, because why would they make it worse for themselves than has already been so now?
Thank you very much. Janet Molesky.
Hello, and thank you for all your time and effort, committee members and the FAA. We really do appreciate your patience and your hard work. I am from Los Gatos, and I'm impacted by Surfer. A wrong has been done here, we all know this, and we all know that we're all dealing on so many levels with noise.
Speaking of which, Ms. Molesky, if you could just hold for a minute. That's someone calling in to support your point of view, I feel sure, all right? Could we, it's the 4th or 5th one. I think by now I shouldn't have to say, but why don't we all just check our cell phones and make sure they're on off or silent, please. Let's start your time all over again. You're going to be the last speaker before we go to break, so I want to make sure we hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think there's different types of issues going on here, and I think this needs to be really well understood. In terms of what's happening at Menlo Point and what happens prior to Menlo Point. And I think that these issues need to be addressed differently. But that said, I think we have a reasonable and well worked on and backed by the FAA proposal that can resolve a good portion of that first section. And that needs to go into that draft and get voted on. This is really important because there's a lot of people suffering prior to that Menlo point that this can address. You know, there's a lot of reasons why going back to the old ground track makes sense. It traverses the mountain communities between the 37,000 people populating one portion, and then the people up on the summit, which is the higher elevation portion of it. So, and I want to stress really that the type of noise we're dealing with up in the mountains is it's very different than down here, and we need to address that in the report in terms of the quality of noise as we go through and define how we measure noise. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Before we take a break, a couple of quick announcements. One is, my understanding is that there are some folks out in the lobby, a relatively small number. Want to encourage them to come join us in the chambers if they would like. I think we'll probably have some folks head home or maybe even back to work, who knows. But want to let them know if they're listening out in the lobby that they can join us. Second thing is, we've been asked by the City of Palo Alto to ask folks, please do not come up onto the dais at the break. If you'd like to talk with someone, see if you can wave them down, but sort of respect that artificial boundary, if you will. And what we're going to do is take a it's 3:32, so let's be back here at 3:40 in our seats. That's an 8-minute break. That's a real 8 minutes, and we'll bring up our alternates as we lose a couple of our members to other assignments. Thank you all very much. Folks, we still have a significant stack of cards to go through. I would say we are a little better than half of the way through the cards, just to give you a rough idea. And so we're going to call out a number of folks and ask you to line up and be heard. So, Patrick Lovejoy, Naomi Goodman, George Wiley, Will Casilli, Lee Crystal, David Austin, Amy Crystal, and Eric Whites. Forgive me if I've got that wrong. Patrick Lovejoy, Naomi Goodman, George Wiley, Will Casilli, and let's get everybody back in their seats, please. And I'm hoping you're Mr. Lovejoy.
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Thank you to the committee, FAA members, and to Glenn for making this process available to us. As a resident adversely affected by the implementation of SURFR, a design error which gave rise to this entire process, I must say I was discouraged by the lack of consensus on Route Davie J. Those among us affected by SURFR have been subjected to additional hardship in participation in this process by having to drive over an hour each way to attend these meetings on work days at 1 in the afternoon. I lose a day's pay doing this each time, so do many other people. There are hundreds of others who find it impossible to attend because of these conditions. That being said, I feel this draft is seriously flawed. The Roundtable Memo of Understanding states there will be no support for moving noise. SURFR moved noise from Big Sur and increased it by eliminating OPD. FAA understood SURFR was a mistake. Why is the committee talking about keeping it? Anna Eshu's letter to the Select Committee states, your mission is to review proposals deemed feasible by the FAA. Davie J is the only proposal so deemed. I support implementing Davie J now and then direct the FAA to start working on the other problems such as Menlo. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments. That takes us to Naomi Goodman, and if not here, we'll call her again. And George Wiley.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is George Wiley. I'm a retired Navy and airline pilot, and thanks for all the work you're doing on this committee. At the last meeting, Committee Member Waldeck introduced a couple of slides, and I've got two of those slides that he introduced with me. This is Surfer, and this is Davy J. The interesting things about these slides are they use the term, as to borrow Mr. Waldeck's words, population density, and therefore they are apples to apples, which is it's the first time it's happened in this series of meetings since they began. And apples to apples, when you look at them, you look at Surfer, and there are lines there talking about the noise, and Davy J. Davy J, notice, has black bars on them. That represents greater than 45 decibels DNL in those areas where those people live. I think if you all recall, Ann Eshu stated that would be improper to move noise, that moving noise from one community to another is not acceptable. And I think if you look at these two slides, Surfer, again, and Davy J, Surfer has no black bars, Davy J does. And if we move Surfer to Davy J per these charts, and these charts were derived from the FAA information, we are actually increasing noise instead of reducing it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we go on to the next speaker, this would be an opportune time for me to mention this issue has generated some community conversation. It was raised in a briefing call, I think last week, if I remember correctly, and there's a little back and forth debate about the data and is there an apples to apples comparison. And I think the FAA is hoping to have that information for us, all of us, in writing sometime early next week, but certainly before our next meeting on the 3rd. So for those of you who are focusing on that particular issue and analysis, to be continued, we will have some analysis in writing from the FAA, we expect, before our next meeting on the 3rd. Thank you very much. Let's bring up Will Casilli or Lee Crystal and David Austin.
Hi, Lee Crystal, Midtown Palo Alto. Thank you all for your work. Please advocate for comprehensive solutions that benefit the most people. I think we can all agree that increasing altitudes helps everyone. However, you cannot raise the altitude of one waypoint without considering the downstream effects along the route, especially at lower altitudes. The only way to reduce noise for everyone is to put more of the final descent paths into runways 28L and R over the bay. This means moving the bay entry points of Surfer, Bodega, and/or Oceanic arrivals further south, ideally all the way to the south end of the bay, where they can enter at much higher altitudes. The professional study commissioned by the City of Palo Alto and delivered to the committee on October 10th proposes just such a solution called Higher. And reading from that report, the higher contour maximizes the route over water, minimizing the noise impact. It could be used as an alternative to Surfer and help balance the Surfer load and reduce the percentage of aircraft vectored off of Surfer. Additionally, it could be used as a nighttime preferred route. It would connect with the current approach to SFO above 8,000 feet. So please include this option for consideration and a vote. If such a solution requires modification of the San Jose Class C airspace, then that should be pursued. It's the only comprehensive solution that benefits a very large proportion of the population, and the only shifting of traffic is to areas at much higher altitudes where it's of minimal impact. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're Mr. Crystal, yes? Thank you so much, Mr. Crystal. David Austin, to be followed by Amy Crystal.
Well, thank you to the Select Committee for your effort. And I would also like to recognize Steve Carnes, who manages the FAA Procedures Group in Seattle, for all the work that they've done on this. Much appreciated, Steve. Thank you. So I'm a retired airline pilot. I was PSA back in the mid-'70s when the Surfer first began. I'm not going to say I flew it on the first day, but I certainly was early on flying 727. Very noisy aircraft, extremely noisy. There was no complaints at that point due to community involvement, planning, route planning, and so on and so on. I'm advocating for Davy J, obviously. The other point, 2 points I'd like to make about procedures is, one, There is a 5,000-foot Menlo crossing allowable, and that's on visual approaches. Our weather in the Bay Area is such that, just guessing, probably 70% of our weather in this area is VFR, meaning that pilots can fly other than instrument approaches. I would advocate talking to NorCal and advocating for them to approve that more frequently. The other point I'd like to make is there's an arrival into Oakland called EMZOH, E-M-Z-O-H. SFO could use that arrival from 11 o'clock until 6 in the morning, and all of the traffic would be diverted over Mount Hamilton. No traffic this direction. So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks so much for your comments. Amy Crystal, to be followed by Eric Wittes, forgive me, Bill Murphy, and Bob Ciotti. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for all your service and for hearing us out. I'm a 41-year resident of Palo Alto and the Willows in Menlo Park at different times. And I will say that this noise has been moved, that Palo Alto has experienced moved noise, and the wording in the draft report saying that shifting of noise cannot take place has to be qualified with some other phrase, such as except to relieve certain populations from being in a noise corridor or targeted by noise. Because I feel we are targeted. We have these 3 routes that are constantly lower, and we noticed this in 2014, and that's when Sky Posse convened and began our efforts to petition the Congresswoman Eshoo, and she met with us in 2015 summer, and here we are. I feel that we have to raise the floors coming over our neighborhoods to at least 5,000 feet, maybe higher, and we need to have procedures in place for flying that are not dirty, because those dirty flights are killing us. 1 every 2 minutes, 1 every minute. And we need to get the planes quieter and higher, first off. Nothing in the report is very specific about that, and I please ask you to do that.
Thanks for your comments. Eric? Okay. How about Bill Murphy, followed by Bob Ciotti, followed by Kathy Combs, followed by John Grimm, followed by Raymond Gwindon. At this point, just walk right up and tell me which of those people you are, if you would, please.
Hi there, I'm Bill Murphy.
Thank you, Bill.
And I'm a Mountain View resident. This morning, with the side screen door open to enjoy coffee and this nice warm storm coming in, I witnessed a continuous stream of airplanes. They were exactly over my house, coming in from the south, and we're at a low altitude between 2,000 and 3,000 feet. I have the claim of being one of the people in this room with the longest longevity in Palo Alto and Mountain View. 57 of my 61 years have been either living in Palo Alto or Mountain View. So I'm well aware of the subtleties of the tug of war between Palo Alto and Mountain View. And I want to be careful that we make sure that if there's a solution to the Menlo problem, that it doesn't beggar thy neighbor. Thanks very much.
Thanks for your comments. Help me out here, colleague.
Bob Ciotti here.
Surely
Surely we have consensus on what's happened with NextGen. It was wrong. It's why we're here, because the FAA shifted Big Sur ground track to Surfer. Public enemy number one, your number one problem. This created a groundswell of complaints, literally millions. We organized and were successful in gaining attention to issues created by NextGen. We welcome the participation of other groups who have longstanding noise impacts close to the airport, but feel the committee needs to consider longstanding noise issues separately from mistakes in process and design that occurred as a result of NextGen. The FAA's own study team specifically recommended against movement of the Surfer track. We living under the Surfer were afforded no notification, no community input, and no vote, as you soon will be deliberating regarding the move of Davy J back to its original track. The arbitrary and capricious movement of Big Sur was wrong. You have a chance to say so. To say the FAA didn't get it half right, They got it completely wrong. Their process for moving noise was wrong. Their process for informing the public was wrong. And the process for guarding the public trust was wrong, 100% wrong. When I drafted the original proposal for Davy J, I did so in a way that was intended to mimic as closely as possible the original Big Sur route, to be as quiet as possible. In fact, the FAA has stated that it will be that way. I encourage the FAA committee members to visit the crossing where Davy J crosses and where Surfer now crosses, and you'll see vastly different impacts there. Short term, we ask that the committee stay on point with what they are tasked to do, evaluate feasible options. Long-term mitigation of aircraft noise is complex, and you're not going to solve it with a few meetings.
And at that point, I'm going to have to say thank you for your comments. Then thank you. It may be Eric Winter, or it just be someone who's given up on us today. Okay. Then we will go to Kathy Combs, John Grimm, Raymond Guindin, Pablo Riviere, Rosanna Bruni, Glenn Robo, and Peter Grace. I know Mr. Grace was anxious earlier. Are any of those folks still with us?
Ramon's right there. Ramon is here. Ramon Joe is right there.
Ramon Guindon? Yes. Come right up. Come right up.
Raymond Guindon, a founder of Quiet Sky Woodside, and I wish to thank all the Select Committee members and the FAA for their dedicated work to address the aircraft noise issue. The point I'm going to make addresses the nighttime arrivals. Oceanic arrivals account for 36% of the nighttime arrivals. They can fly as late as 1 a.m. and as early as 4 a.m., and they affect towns such as Woodside, Portola Valley, Ladera, Palo Alto, Menlo Park, and East Palo Alto, depending on the vectoring path. Several Select Committee members have expressed strong support to solve the nighttime oceanic flight's impact on sleep. It is an issue that I believe is technically solvable because there is much less traffic congestion at nighttime. I believe that it is one of those issues that is supported by all the Select Committee members and would receive strong political support by town councils, and residents would be immensely grateful. A former commercial aircraft pilot who flew those nighttime oceanic flights designed a detailed solution whereby the nighttime oceanic traffic would use the Bodega East leg. The solution should be described in the next iteration of the SFO Roundtable report. I urge the Select Committee members and the FAA to give it a serious consideration, as I believe it is a win-win-win solution. Thank you.
That takes us to, and I'll put these aside if folks aren't here, Kathy Combs, John Grimm, Pablo Riviere, Rosanna Bruni. Thank you so much, Ms. Bruni. Come right forward. And then Glenn Robach, Peter Grace, Jay Sue, Mila Goranova. Welcome.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Anna Eshu and Sam Farr for making this possible. I want to thank the FAA, and if Glenn Martin were here, I think I'd jump up and give him a great big hug, because he heard us. He heard and he acknowledged how wrong Surfer is, that Surfer should have overlaid the Big Sur track, and moving it 4 miles east was wrong. And Davy J accomplishes correcting that wrong. I also want to strongly state that I completely disagree with any 50-50 solution. 50% of my neighbors who have loud parties every night tell me that they'll only have a loud party every other night. I'm not going to be happy about that. And lastly, the report. I'm really disappointed in the report. First of all, there's no acknowledgement of hours and hours and hours of testimony regarding Davy J. And it has been suggested in the report repeatedly. It has been suggested 7 times. It has been suggested that we consider moving traffic to other places, culminating in page 28 with a stunning recommendation to set up a permanent body to consider various noise shifts to other communities. Haven't we learned that we've already shifted the noise once and it was wrong, it was painful, and we should not do that again? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have Glenn, is it Roba? No? Peter Grace. Jay Sue. Jay? And Mila Goranova, who will be followed by Joseph Au, Rod Miller, Kim Kanashiro, I believe. Thanks. Welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to start by thanking the members of the Select Committee and the representatives of the FAA for the time and effort they've expended so far. As someone said earlier, the decisions that this body makes will have a great impact on hundreds of thousands of people for likely many years to come. I just want to start off by saying this is not meant to be a popularity contest. It's about finding real solutions to bring real relief to the entire region. I believe the committee decision should be informed by objective data about noise and population impacts. We have this now for the proposed Davy J, the current surfer, and the historical BSR, thanks to data from the FAA and the efforts of multiple individuals. The committee needs to request this data for all proposed flight procedure changes, which have the potential to increase noise for various communities, including BRICS. From the impact data we have, it is clear that Davy J is a flawed proposal. The ground track is not the issue. Davy J fails to address the increased concentration and lowered altitudes of surfer, and it increases noise and harms more people, including 25,000 people in East Palo Alto, Menlo Park, and Palo Alto, whose noise will increase to greater than 45 dBA DNL. The FAA data we've seen so far show that Davy J and BSR are not equivalent and certainly not quieter. Noise increased significantly for communities like mine in Los Altos Hills, despite the path being moved further away from us. Like other audience members, I chose to live in Los Altos Hills for its rural peace and quiet, and I also feel terrorized by surfer. But the FAA data show that Davy J fails to restore 2014 noise levels for many communities, including mine. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. And Mila Goranova to be followed by Joseph Au to be followed by Rod Miller. Welcome.
I'm Mila Goranova, and I live in Palo Alto for over 30 years.
Could you pull that microphone?
Oops.
There we go.
There
Much
we go. Better now? Okay. I lived in Palo Alto for more than 30 years, close to Palo Alto High School, so I'm not going to address the daytime noise, but I'm going to point out to you that we have noise from airplanes at 2 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock, then 4, 4:30, and our house is fully insulated. We have double pane windows, everything is closed, and it's still, the noise is waking us up. My husband is working in an intensive care unit, and he can't get sleep. Would any of us would like, at the critical point of their life, when their health is at stake, to be taken care by a health professional who consistently cannot have a good night's sleep? Think about it. I would like to say also that the city of Palo Alto had proposed certain recommendations, and I would very much appreciate if the commission includes them in their draft. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Joseph Au? And then Rod Miller?
That might be me, Joseph Oles, O-L-S. Maybe I did capital printing, and I still isn't rather messy handwriting.
I see it now. Thank you, Mr. Oles.
Okay, terrific. Do you want to be out of that? I'd like to be here to strongly recommend for Davy J and for BRICS. BRICS is very, very important to me, and I think a lot of other people in Los Gatos. The sound is tremendous. We used to be a nice and quiet community. I hear 2 planes all the time, 3 planes at a time, sometimes, at times even 4 planes at once. We're on the intersection of a bunch of flight paths. It's really noisy. It's really difficult. It's been horrible. And that, so if the 50-50 solution would not work for me at all, because it would still keep all the BRICS there. We keep the new flights from San Jose and Oakland that were never there before. It would only decrease the sound by a little bit. And I think that's the reason that surfer got so messed up in one of the first places, is because the intersection, the unsafe intersection of surfer and BRICS together. Please, I'm very disheartened at the draft recommendations that don't include, that put these 2 things on the table. These are the 2 things that I think drove this whole process going forward, to the politicians, for the community, and everything else. We have a lot of national election problems with political shenanigans and everything else, and I'm worried that that has been creeping its way onto your lovely committees, which I appreciate all the time and effort that you're putting into. These October surprises, there's a consensus when you vote on things. Please vote on something this important. This is what you're tasked to please do. Finally, it seems like there's two major issues that are causing problems in two communities, possibly San Lorenzo Valley and possibly Palo Alto. In San Lorenzo Valley, this does not overfly them. It splits, Davy J splits between the mountain communities and San Lorenzo Valley the same way it used to before. It has 3 quarries, a business park. It's the quietest place where there are very few people. Please.
Thanks for your comments. Rod Miller or Kim Kaneshiro?
Hi, I'm Kim Kaneshiro. I live in Los Altos. And a couple nights ago, City Council met, and about this many people would fill this room about 3-4 times. People waited outside in the weather to come and speak. And aside from a handful, everybody wanted to advocate for Davy J. So I just want to be sure that message comes through. And I would like for you to come together to consensus and support Davy J. Another issue I'd like to bring to the FAA's attention, the intersection in Los Altos, as you know, has the U-turns, the vectoring, the oceanics, additionally the San Jose flights. And we have seen 2 flights parallel that were U-turns, literally at the same altitude. Basically, the pilots could look across and look at each other. And if on U-turns, they're able to find their own way to the Menlo waypoint, is that safe? Also sent to your office this week was data captured on a flight where it looked like a near miss. So just in your procedures, if you could check that. Also, I strongly disagree with 50-50. I think you're just adding another intersection, and particularly the Palo Alto proposal, I feel goes right down the middle of Los Altos. It already has Surfer, it's already major impact. So I feel that's unfair, as well as it will impact Mountain View and Sunnyvale. I have a lot of friends there. They're talking about the jet noise already that's coming via Los Altos their way. That I think creates more regional conflict, and I think it's important that we don't create wars. There's enough in our world. Noise control, I feel...
I'm sorry, but you are out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to Valerie Lauterbach, Barry Hoagland, Jim Culp, Victor Alejandro, Beverly Road or Rhodey, and Daniel Paduano. Who have I got?
I'm Rod Miller. I've been up here before. Apparently somebody turned in 2 cards for me, and rarely does one get a chance to edit what one said before. I was short, so hopefully I can be short again.
And this is not that time, sir. I'm
All
sorry.
right.
So
Okay, I understand.
I applaud your enthusiasm, but I'm going to have to go to the next
No worries.
speaker.
I accept your
Thanks so much.
apology.
All right. How about somebody named Valerie Lauterbach?
That's me. I'm Valerie
All right.
Lauterbach.
Okay.
I live in Los Altos, directly under Surfer, so our peace and quiet has been completely disrupted day and night. And that's really disturbing. And it was also disturbing to learn from your committee meetings and from the papers that there was no compelling reason to move that flight, to move the ground track from the historical route over people who bought a house that was not under a ground track. And the proposal for Davy J makes it clear you can implement your new next-gen plan at the old ground track, and that's what should happen. There was no reason to move it, so put it back, and let's be done with it. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Barry Hoagland? And then Jim Culp.
Hi. I used to work in Silicon Valley and lived there, and I moved to the country for a quiet, peaceful retirement. Hasn't quite worked out that way, but I live right under Surfer 1. I threw away my prepared remarks. The people said their points better, and I thought I'd just talk from the heart. I thought there'd be value thinking about why we're here. And we're here because the long-suffering residents under Surfer 1 rose up and said, this is intolerable. And I know we're tired and sort of numb to all this, but this is a huge problem. You know, all these red shirts risked their life driving over 17 and back. I mean, it was like 4 hours. And on KCBS, I think there's like 4 accidents each way. So that shows you the level of problems. I mean, these people, including myself, went to farmers markets, Finally, we got the local politicians agreeing that this is a big problem. We then got even our Congress people. Eventually, we got the senators, and all this was formed to address the Surfer One problem. It's a big problem. People can't sleep, and it looks like there's a solution. I know there's a lot of problems in the whole area, and boy, I think we should try to maximize happiness in the Bay Area. But Surfer One is almost a crime. Please fix it.
Thank you very much. Jim Culp. And by the way, before Mr. Culp speaks, I should have noted, I see Councilmember Eric Filseth from Palo Alto. Thank you for joining us, and also Councilmember Lenny Siegel from Mountain View. Thank you for joining us as well. Mr. Culp.
Thank you for your time. I'm from the Santa Cruz Summit area, and of course deeply impacted by the Surfer. And I was a little disappointed. I've been at a couple of these meetings, and I've heard talk about not moving the flight paths, but unfortunately, the only proposal that I've heard that really the FAA has backed so far is the Davy J, but unfortunately Davy J is not even really mentioned, and it's not recommended in the report. That was a little disturbing. But the big advantage in my mind to that is it's a starting point, because the big issue that was created by Surfer is really up in the mountains. It's a much bigger issue up there. And by moving the flights and having a smooth descent, there'll be less noise to begin with because the engines will be at idle the whole way. And I think we should really give the FAA a chance to correct the mistake that was made. And let's take action now. Please endorse the Davy J. And well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Victor Alejandro and Beverly Rohde. And Daniel Peduano.
Hi, I'm Victor Alejandro from Scotts Valley. I was welcomed into the Santa Cruz Mountains in July 2014 from an old-timer who said, "This is a magical place. Please try and keep it that way." That's why I'm here today. This is a map of the flight plans from Save Our Sky Santa Cruz. Thank you, Cheryl and company, for giving us the resources. A lot of things said. In Silicon Valley, we have an agile mentality now. You can't just stay in one place and still be successful. You have to be willing to adapt. I'd offered a model to Supervisor McPherson. I attended your office hours in San Lorenzo Valley. I know we're willing to host events there to get people up to speed. This is San Lorenzo Valley, populated area. My comment card has two parts to it. One is I recommend please fly Davy J. Second is I'm giving you a framework to consider three things: altitude, population, and noise. This has two of them. This has the altitude and has the population. The noise has been a lot of concern. Maybe today we can't solve it. Maybe in the future we can. So if you look at something I borrowed from my kids, this is a plane at maybe 13,000 feet, comes in, goes low. Here's 300 feet, here's 200 feet, here's 500 feet. You add these together at the top, and you get 1,000 feet for San Lorenzo Valley. You start at 1,000 for Scotts Valley, and then you double it. Halfway through, you get the summit. At the summit, you have to add another 1,000, and you're still not near where you would be in San Lorenzo Valley, which is 30% less. So moving the flight closer to the mountains from a common sense perspective hopefully gives you a visual. Thank you.
Thank you. Beverly Rohde? And then Daniel Paduano, and then Elena Kuzmento, and then Ruth Siegel, John Dilley, Mark Shull, PJ McCausey. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Beverly Rohde, a longtime resident of Los Altos, where it used to be quiet. And I want to thank the Select Committee and the FAA for making a very good attempt to solve the problem. When I awoke this morning at around 6 a.m., which is pretty usual these days with an airplane bombarding over the top of my house, I was very excited to come here today and to urge the Select Committee and the FAA to join together and implement Davy J as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you all, by the way, for your patience through what has been a long meeting with lots of speakers. Daniel Paduano, Elena Kuzmento, Ruth Siegel, who have I got?
Daniel Paduano. Hi. I live on Mountain Charlie Road in the Santa Cruz Mountains. And you asked at the beginning of this if we could have consensus, and I think the consensus is that airplanes are just awful. And I mean, they really are. Whether you're on them or whether you're under them, they're awful. And but we need to find a better solution as a species. But that said, a year and a half ago, our world was rocked.
You're not with the high-speed rail lobby, are you? Just to be
I'm not, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I used to be against that, but I'm totally for it.
All right.
But yeah, we need tubes. We need anything. But you know, a year and a half ago, our world totally changed with the surfer thing, and it came out of the blue, and it was just like the big government hammer just smashing your way of life and smashing your community, and it was crushing, and it is crushing, and it goes on. And I just really hope, you know, looking at that report, my stomach just sank, because it was just like all this work has been put towards coming up with a solution, and the FAA says, wow, we have Davy J, and it'll, you know, for residents of the San Lorenzo Valley, it'll be within 1 decibel of, you know, the old Big Sur route, and like, this is a real solution. And then to have that just sort of tossed out of the report as sort of a footnote at the beginning is notable, and I don't know. I really wish that we could all come together and just say, let's fix that, and then the whole rest of the report is this huge laundry list of other issues, and I agree. There are issues, and they need to be fixed, but could we please just fix this broken surfer, which is broken? 3 million comments say it's broken. It's broken. It's breaking my heart. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Elena Kuzmendo? Nope. Ruth Siegel? And then John Dilley. Welcome. You are?
Ruth Siegel.
Thank you, Ms. Siegel.
Thank you very much for this opportunity again. I want to remind you all again that we are here because Save Our Skies Santa Cruz opened discussions with the FAA to fix the surfer mistake that the FAA is willing and able to fix now. Your job on the Select Committee is to choose from options deemed feasible by the FAA on their feasibility report. Your draft is so obviously biased against the best and only fix deemed feasible now, which is to recreate the former Big Sur flight path, renamed Davy J. This seems to be only to hold Santa Cruz and other previously quiet communities hostage until
Folks, we're not going to do that today, okay? I'm going to let you finish your remarks, then I'm going to offer a brief editorial comment, then we're going to go back to the rest of the speakers. But please, let the speaker finish.
As I was saying, only to hold Santa Cruz and other previously quiet communities hostage until all pre-next gen problems near San Francisco Airport are addressed. The FAA has said this is not feasible. As community leaders, it is not only your responsibility to make a report here, to make a recommendation to the FAA to fix this broken problem. It is also your responsibility to mitigate these misleading information that's going out to the public. That seems to be the only other glitch that's holding back this fix. Davy J, 100% now. 50-50 will not fix anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, I'm going to ask you again. The process has been so good and people have been so respectful, and just try and hang in. I've been watching the arc of emotional intensity on this conversation, and as we get closer and closer to the 17th, and as we get nearer and nearer to making our recommendation, I think it's entirely understandable that people are more and more anxious. People have a lot invested in this over a long time. We all get that. But we're only going to get to the best decision if we let everybody speak and if we're respectful of competing points of view. And so I really want to ask your help with that. I've noticed that we're starting to get community pitted against community in some of the email that we're getting. I've noticed that sometimes when somebody simply has a different point of view, they suddenly have become a liar or a bad human being. Well, that's not going to get us there. And finally, ultimately, we're going to need the FAA to make a success of any recommendations we put forward. To the extent we are unified and consensus-driven in our recommendations, our chances of being persuasive are better. To the extent that the FAA walks away and says, these folks don't have it together, they don't know where they're headed, they're not in agreement with one another, it's going to be easier to wander away from the recommendations we make. So let's all hang together, or we will surely hang separately, and we don't want to do that. So let's go to John Dilley, if you're the next speaker, and please, everybody, hang in there. We're almost home.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I'm a 20-plus year resident of Los Altos. I live near downtown. We bought it as a quiet place to raise our family. I read the Select Committee report. Thank you. I thought it was thorough and informative and has a number of good recommendations. I particularly like the recommendation for that Airbus 320 fix, and I'm a strong believer that addressing the Class B airspace and optimal profile descent will help tremendously. So full supporter of that. The Bodega East route also, I think, is great. Thank you to the Select Committee and the FAA for the work in putting that together. I request that the committee strongly endorse the FAA proposal for Davy J. I was disappointed that that was left out of 1.2. And I understand that's what we're here today to hopefully drive towards consensus for. We bought our property not under a flight path. I'd like to address an earlier remark that there's no data regarding property values differing. There is plenty of data. I suggest the committee could solicit input from one of many of the area realtors here regarding planes, trains, schools, and other traffic. It does have a dramatic impact on property values. We bought our property with that in mind, looking for a quiet place to raise our family. I'm sympathetic to all those who suffer the noise. I don't want to make it worse, so no on 50-50. If we do that, I'm concerned a year from now, we'll be in here with twice as many participants with the grief. So please, yes on full implementation of Davy J.
Thanks for your comments.
Thank you.
Mark Shull, PJ McCosey, Linda McCann, John Koval, Michael Simpson or Sampson, forgive me, and Steinlauf. I don't see a line. I'm hoping one will. And then Steve Munson, Stuart Carl, Zika Kuspa, and Ron Rohde. And sir, if you would tell me who you are.
Mark Schell, Palo Alto.
Thanks, Mr. Schell.
The original FAA environmental analysis for Surfer concluded that it had achieved a net noise reduction over the no-action alternative, which was the conventional Big Sur procedure. This FAA environmental go, no-go model says that if in creating a new procedure that moves noise, more people are winners than losers, then it's a go, because there's a net noise reduction. If you apply the same FAA model to Davy J, there's a net noise increase. More people get more noise, and those who get more noise get a lot more noise, and those who get less noise get a lot smaller amount of less noise. The problem we all face, though, is that OPDs are designed to maximize landing rates. OPDs don't glide at the lower altitudes, and they create a lot more noise, particularly at the lower altitudes, because of the way they're designed, again, to maximize landing rates. My concern is that in not addressing this fundamental technical problem with OPDs and how they're designed, the Select Committee will not be able to reduce noise. Finally, the biggest opportunities, I think, to reduce noise for everyone is to make approach angles steeper and use the full length of the bay. And the biggest technical problem is the landing system is really old at SFO. Frankfurt, other places have used GPS-based landing systems. We need to move, SFO needs to move GPS-based landing systems like RNP or GBAS in order to be able to do end of the bay or some of the better solutions that people want, like steeper angles that reduce noise for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. PJ McCosey, then Linda McCann, then John Koval. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to commend this committee on the work that it's done.
the committee members, the alternates, the sagacity of the chairman has been really remarkable. I'd also like to thank the FAA. I think the goodwill that they've shown through this process has been very, very heartwarming for me. And in that same spirit, I hope that Mr. Martin and Mr. May will either overlook or forgive some of the tone of some of the messages I sent you in 2015. I've had the privilege of attending all of the select committee meetings, and it's been quite a process. I, like many of you, have learned a lot more about commercial aviation than they ever thought we needed to or wanted to. So what I've tried to do is, I've looked at the technical data, all the acronyms that we've come to know and love, DNL, vectoring, decibels, et cetera. I think that if I was in your shoes sitting in that chair, I think what this distills down to is the decision, and I believe you'll do this, the decision is going to be made not on that data, it's going to be made on fairness, and it's going to be made on compassion. It won't be made on constituents or total people annoyed. So given the fact that I believe you'll do that, your decision will be just, and I'll be very thankful.
Thanks for your comments. I don't see Linda McCann. How about John? And then Michael, and then Ann. Welcome.
Thanks. John Koval from Palo Alto. It's clear that the next-gen OPD procedures are not living up to the expectations for us as homeowners or residents of the area. There's really only one solution: altitude. Only 1/3 of the traffic is affected by the Surfer Big Sur discussion that's going on here, although there's a huge contingent from that group. The FAA is really the only body that can change this at all. So I urge the committee to set goals for them to take advantage of things like the evening closures at San Jose and Oakland, or essential closures, higher approaches, more sequencing to improve that efficiency, but that sequencing needs to be out over the bay or over the ocean. Class B is not really going to make much of a difference, because if they still do vectoring, they're going to do it at a lower altitude when you lower the Class B airspace. Migrate Bodega to the east, bring the Oceanic in higher, and use the available routes that avoid the peninsula, and in effect, in all, to advise them to minimize the TPA.
Thank you very much. Michael? And is it Sampson, sir? Simpson, forgive me.
Thank you. First of all, thanks for giving us this opportunity.
Of course.
I'd like to start first with an example that may help support my point in the process of the follow-up. Let's say, for example, you're looking to buy a new home. And I think most people would agree buying a new home is a big life choice for most of us. You find a perfect home, and it just happens to be next to a busy road, a street, highway. Well, at that point, you have the choice to decide whether your lifestyle can support that noise. So, to my point, the fact that Big Sur Davy J has been in operation for over 30 years, I would contend that the vast majority of people living along that route have already made that choice, and that is to live with the noise. So if there's no additional compelling advantages to efficiency or safety regarding between Surfer and Davy J, then to me, the most honest and fair choice is to restore Davy or Big Sur, whatever's the least painful. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see Ann Steinloff, or do I? No? How about Steve Munson? Mr. Munson, and Stuart Carl will follow him. Thank you. 6 of one, half dozen of another. Thank you.
Anyway, I don't see how you guys do it, and the woman too, because it's I'm exhausted. And it's my first meeting. I live in Felton, and I kind of found out about this whole process about 3 weeks ago. I really am sorry for the suffering of Happy Valley residents. I went up to Pippin Way and I saw how loud it was. But my worry is, I live in Felton now, and I was at the supermarket passing out brochures, no on Davy J, and nobody knows about it. So it's like, it's so distressing to me that some major shift like this, and we just aren't aware of it yet. So my fear is, I hear this talk like Davy J is going to fix everything, but the problem is, as George Wiley was showing the sound waves, it's going to be the same. So I'm all for a fix. If we can go to Big Sur, I'm not against flying over us. I just want them high enough that it's not going to bother our lifestyles. Because I'm getting old, and I don't want to hear all that noise all the time. I can't handle it. So anyway, good luck to everybody, and I hope it works out.
Thank you very much. It's another one of our 23-year-olds testifying here today. Stuart Carl, please. Stuart? Tell you what, anyone who wants to walk up from that group of three, not the whole crowd, please do.
I'm closest, and I'm getting old, and maybe I won't hear all this noise anymore soon.
And your name is?
I'm Ron Rohde.
Thank you, Mr. Rohde.
Many of us have noticed that aircraft crossing over our heads are whisper quiet, some aircraft. These are the same aircraft models flying at the same altitudes as the rest of the aircraft that have caused all this noise that we've grown to love and know. That means we have an existence proof that aircraft can fly arrivals quietly. We need to determine the configuration for those aircraft, and then we need to teach the rest of the aircraft how to fly low over our homes the same way, quietly. That will require real-world sound measurements on the ground, synchronized with data from flight data and synchronized with data from flight data recorders overhead. That will require using the scientific method, and then testing to verify that we have quiet before we declare victory. We need a scientific engineering solution based on real-world data rather than a political solution based on theory and simulation. Politics should be used to drive the FAA and NASA and the airlines who have the resources to give us this solution. And they should be working together. Give us aircraft configurations compatible with procedures that provide an optimized quiet descent rather than an optimized profile descent, and rather than the noise resulting from the unstable descents that we're experiencing now. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, who do I have up next here?
I'm Stuart Carl, but this young lady also...
That's all right. We'll get to her in a moment. Go right ahead, Mr. Carl.
Again, my name's Stuart Carl, and some people will recognize me. I co-founded the organization Sky Posse, and I co-founded it back in the fall of 2013. So I'd like to offer a little historical perspective and also geographic perspective. The problem has been going on a lot longer than 2015, as some people might indicate, because I checked my calendar before coming here today, and I first spoke to Palo Alto City Council about this issue on October 14th, 2013. So the problem goes back a lot further than 2015. Also, geographically, the problem, hearing the speakers today, you would think the problem only exists in Santa Cruz and at the Menlo Waypoint. The problem exists all the way from Santa Cruz to Palo Alto and past the Menlo Waypoint into East Palo Alto and beyond. It also extends chronologically into the future, and when we consider a big infrastructure issue like this, we should think about future impacts and future increases in transportation capacity. I'd like to urge the committee to include a solution in their recommendation that is truly a regional solution that involves a higher flight path and a path that brings planes over the bay to avoid residential areas. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Now, is it Zika Kuspa? Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you so much, FAA and the committee, for hearing all of our comments and all the hard work you've been doing. to work on this jet noise problem. I'm from the Santa Cruz County area, a community called Happy Valley, where I grew up, and just before the next gen path was implemented, reinvested in a property up there to move back. I believe this is a historical opportunity to cooperate with the FAA, and I believe it's important to set a precedent not to move jet noise to previously unaffected communities without notification and public involvement in the process beforehand. The surfer route moved 160 planes a day over new communities, and the 50-50 route option would still move 80 planes a day over these previously unaffected communities. In fact, the surprise ground track move to surfer route is the main reason we're here today, since the complaints to our representatives in Congress regarding this abrupt change and noise over our mountain communities is what led in large part to the formation of this committee. And choosing an option such as 50-50 or OPD surfer sets the precedent that it is okay to move jet noise over communities, and that there's little the public can do to change that. When the draft report was released last week, I was concerned. I feel that the community's lack of consensus on Davy J ignores the public support as evidenced by the successful petitions and email campaigns and robust presence of Davy J supporters at your meetings. I hope that you give it a chance and at least consider it for a vote in November. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. I have a card from Karen Porter, but I believe we heard from Ms. Porter earlier, yes? Yeah. And then that takes me to Stephen J., I believe it's Usos, David Glucks, Dan Hersu, Chuck Strelitz, Thomas Schreiner, Brenda Kiefer, and Mark Ritson, and Melanie Bertelson, and Lee Schaff, one of those. So, who's in that group? If you're in that group, just march right up and tell me who you are, please, just so I can make sure that we acknowledge your presence.
My name is Dave Glucks. I live in Santa Cruz. My message to you is please endorse Davy J. It brings the most relief to the most people while not impacting a new set of unsuspecting residents. I believe that this public process has been sufficient to decide Davy J versus Surfer. It has not been sufficient to do a major redesign of the Mid-Penn airspace, at least not by November 17th. That conversation can and should continue, but let's bring relief now where it's sorely needed. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments. Dan Hersu? Hirsch? Dan Hirsch.
Okay.
Forgive me, Mr. Hirsch.
Thank you. Dan Hirsch. I'm from Ben Lomond in the San Lorenzo Valley. And I want to say what I think has not been said today and what perhaps most of us in this room know. Every religious faith and every ethical philosophy has at its core one idea, which is that you should treat your neighbor as yourself. And what has been driving almost the entire discussion for all of these hours is one set of people who are being impacted and want that to be dumped on someone else. Those of us in the San Lorenzo Valley have put up with the air flights for all of the people who travel. I assume almost everyone in this room gets on a plane. But people want to take the plane but want someone else to hear the noise. And what is being proposed is, in essence, an assumption that those of us who you're going to dump this on, if you stick us, that we don't bleed, if you fly over us, that we don't hear that noise. And I think at the end of the day, this panel knows there's only really two sets of principles that will be ethical and just. One is every technical fix you can to try to undo some of the technical problems associated with next gen. And the second principle is to distribute that noise equitably. I've heard over and over again, no 50-50. We all know why. People want none of it. But if we're going to have airplanes, you have to have that impact distributed equitably, and you have to then try to reduce that impact. And I think we all know that at the end of the day, we're all brothers and sisters, and we have to treat our neighbors as we would like ourselves treated. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Hirsch. Chuck Strelitz? Nope. How about Thomas Schreiner or Brenda Kiefer? Ms. Kiefer? Have I pronounced your name correctly?
Yes, thank you. Thanks to everybody here who's been to all of these meetings. I have been to and or watched all of them. I come here today with a cold. I paid a babysitter to watch my kids, and this process has been utterly exhausting, and I was very disheartened to see that there was no consensus around Davy J yet. The FAA, while I felt very negative feelings towards them when back in March 2015, I feel that they have made a good faith effort to come forth and put together a plan that does restore the situation that we had before March 2015. And I implore the committee to make a vote for Davy J. I also would like to caution this committee against going against the SFO roundtable principle of not moving noise. Not only the whole Bay Area, but all of the country is watching what's happening here, and a vote for moving noise is opening a free-for-all for everyone in this country. And if you purchase a home and it's quiet, you should have some reasonable expectation that it would remain that way. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Mark Ritson, and then Melanie Bertelson, and Lee Schlaff.
Hi, my name is Mark Ritson, and I don't mean, I'm going to make a suggestion. I'm a civil engineer. I have a 10-year liability for everything I do. I have to make decisions based on a fairly rational basis. I think you need to separate your report into 3 parts. One that deals and addresses specifically the items that the FAA has requested you to address. The second part is route-specific fixes, and the third part is the global problem that the FAA is currently being driven by the airlines and the airports and the industry. And that's the gentleman who mentioned before that it shouldn't be optimized profile descent, it should be optimized quiet, has it right. But you're not going to deal with that. That's not your problem at the moment. Your problem at the moment is what the FAA has given you. I think there should be 2 addendums to the report that deals with route-specific items and another one that deals with global issues. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And I've asked once before, Mark Ritson, not here? Oh, no, well, I shouldn't tell you who you are. You're Mr. Ritson, yes? Yes, good, thank you, all right. Which would mean, okay, who's up next?
Hi, I'm Melanie Bertelson.
Okay.
I'm a 30-year resident of Santa Cruz County, 10-year homeowner of a very lovely country home in SoCal, California, which we purchased, my husband and I, because of its quiet and serene location. It was not, prior to March of 2015, under any flight path, let alone SFO arrival path. I would urge the Select Committee, as I was also disappointed to see that it wasn't in the draft report, to fully implement Davy J as the feasible solution put forth by the FAA. Thank you for your help and your work on our issues. It doesn't move the noise, it just fixes the surfer mistake. That was a mistake that was made that hurt so many people. For that reason, because it's a mistake, 50-50 is no solution. TPA is no solution. Davy J is a feasible solution, it's reasonable and fair, and it fixes, again, like I said, the surfer mistake. It's going to be quieter than the surfer route and with minimal noise impact over the San Lorenzo Valley with use of the next-gen tech like OPD. It respects, very importantly, the legacy of owning a home that is not under a flight route. It respects the legacy. Please vote yes on Davy J, and as soon as possible, create a positive outcome out of all of these meetings that we've all gone, and put our time, blood, and effort into. Create a positive outcome, and please come to consensus yes on Davy J.
Thank you for your comments. Thomas Schreiner, Lee Schaff, staff, Stephen J. Usos, Barbara Rice, Barry Fitzgerald, Lenny Siegel, and Lauren Bonham. Who have I got?
You've got Lee's laugh.
Thank you. And now I know, so thank you.
Now you know. So hello, and thank you so much for all of your work. I really appreciate it. Every one of you who has sat on the committee and put so much time into it. I live between Scotts Valley and Felton since 1984, and I can tell you quite clearly that the day that the former Big Sur route was changed, I kissed the ground and emailed Anna Eshu, and I'm here to say that the folks who feel that there was no effect to those of us who were under the old route are not correct. I very much appreciate what Mr. Hirsch had to say as far as the looking at all of this equitably. I did speak with the executive director of the San Lorenzo Valley Chamber of Commerce, who could not be here today for personal reasons. We could also get active and come up with things and lobby, but I don't think that's the point. I think the point is really realizing, and I won't say any more than this, but I think all of you know that the next best solution to a negotiated settlement in anything is so far worse than a negotiated settlement. We have the ability to do that here. That's what you're working on, and I so appreciate that fact that we might be able to reach a negotiated agreement between ourselves and the FAA, who has been working on this with us, which we really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Schreiner? Stephen Uzos? Barbara Rice? Barry Fitzgerald, then Lenny Siegel, then Lauren. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the FAA, Steve Martin, Steve May, the notional Glenn Martin, who's appearing today in his place, for all of the support that you've given us to come up with a solution. I also like to thank you and Glenn Martin for being so open, both here at these committee meetings and in private conversations on technical details. The technical information provided by the FAA has been very critical in making decisions for the panel and has cleared the way to an understanding that there is a lot of false information out there. We've seen it presented again today. The same slides that are shown from a source that is unnamed, uncited, no sources, are being shown again. If you take a close look at two of those slides, one of them shows extreme impact from the new Davy J and almost no impact from Big Sur. Yet they represent the exact same flight path and the same altitudes. Yes, the same altitudes. The idea that Davy J is going to be flying lower and louder is a lie that's been propagated all over the place. And thank you for people in the San Lorenzo Valley for your sympathies, but please find out what the real information is. And I ask the committee to please operate only on real data. Thank you.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Lenny Siegel, member of the Mountain View City Council. If you were in my neighborhood the last few days, you would have heard frequent, low-flying, noisy, disruptive planes headed to San Jose in the reverse flow pattern. We'd like to see a solution to that, higher altitude, better technology. We are not suggesting that that flight path be moved over another community. So we were rather disappointed and surprised when our friends in Palo Alto a few weeks ago suggested the Surfer Eddy path, which would take flights over a densely populated and growing area of Mountain View as well as Los Altos. We've followed the work of this committee from afar, and I emphasize the word afar, fortunately. We appreciate your work, we support your work, but if that proposal is taken seriously, our people will organize against it like we did to block the air cargo proposal at Moffett Field in 1996. I think there are solutions. I've heard some of them here. I'm not a technical expert yet, but we will work with our neighbors to try to find a regional solution. We object to just simply moving the problem over our community. One final thing, I have to rush off to the local policymakers group, which is a regional organization trying to pave the way for high-speed rail to come to San Francisco. We're doing our best, but at best, it's not going to make it till 2025. So I think that's the long-term solution to southern arrivals, but it ain't coming in a hurry. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Councilmember. That takes us to Lauren
Bonomi.
Bonomi.
Bonomi. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. I live in Old Palo Alto, and I have lived at the same address for 21 years. I even, when we bought our house, we even received a noise nuisance disclosure regarding shoreline concerts when we bought the house. And those occasional concerts end at 11 p.m. So if you think that there aren't many people complaining from Palo Alto, you need to recognize that most of my immediate community are very busy running just to stand still. And this is the first meeting that I have been able to attend, although I've been following this since the beginning. My family was already sleep deprived and stressed by school and work without these new superhighway that's been imposed upon us overhead. And if you can learn anything about Palo Alto, you should know that our students are already overstressed and sleep deprived. We can now tell the time by the late night Airbus and cargo jets overhead. And as an electrical engineer with years of experience in traffic management and congestion control for high-speed data networks, I know there are many creative algorithms and solutions that fairly distribute air traffic across a broader area. There are algorithms that share the burden fairly, and not only to the benefit of those who complain the loudest. This next-gen air traffic system, a new technology toy, has created a superhighway overhead with zero consideration of the people who live underneath. And we haven't moved. This superhighway was imposed upon us. Please consider the Palo Alto residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Chris Norton, Bob Moss, Ben Nitzen, Ben Shelliff. Ms. Shelliff, you want to come forward, please?
I'm Chris Norton.
Thanks.
I live in Unhappy Valley. It's the 17th, on the 18th, it's going to be the day after, it sounds like. And what's going to happen then is a lot of you are going to start getting some phone calls. And the phone calls are going to be from me or a documentarian or a case writer at Stanford University or possibly Harvard University. This is going to become a case study. It truly is a fascinating example of Silicon Valley inventing the future. And I believe what's happened, kind of watching this from a little bit afar, is something that you would never expect from the FAA, which is the poster child for public choice theory in economics. It's a captured agency, meaning the airlines really control it. And suddenly we have the example of Glenn coming forward, working directly with a grassroots group, and coming up with solutions. And on the 17th, the day after, again, this will be memorialized into a case study that will be presented decades into the future, perhaps, to MBA students, economics students, poli-sci students, either by Stanford or Harvard. Be well read. Your names will be there as villains, hopefully not, hopefully as heroes, the way I think Glenn and people at the FAA will be. So keep that in mind. This is going to continue after the 17th. I promise you that. Thanks.
Thanks very much. And Bob Moss not present, Ben Nitzen not present. Mr. Shelliff, welcome.
Thanks. All right, so you've heard from a large number of residents that they don't want Davy J. But the question is, what do they want? Or what is available to them? The FAA said that they will use the same exact procedure when creating either Davy J or the future OPD surfer. So clearly near Menlo, even if Davy J will be noisy and concentrated, which it won't, but then surfer and 50/50 will be equally so. See, what happened is that once you as a committee ignored legacy routes and opened the door to further moving flight path, you made it worse. People dropped any interest in restoring the traffic altitudes, which is possible, and got completely lost in the chase of a magical solution that doesn't really exist. And this led to an emotional, misguided, and non-factual anti-DVJ, anti-NextGen, anti-OPD campaign, which doesn't help Palo Alto or SLV one bit. I mean, according to Jay's graph that you've seen, both DVJ and the future OPD surfer are actually worse than the current surfer. So logically, we should keep what we have right now. Right? So instead of focusing on things that went wrong during the next-gen transition, you've created false expectations. And now you're entertaining bad ideas like 50/50 because you're trying to minimize the inevitable disappointment. But 50/50 and OPD surfer hurt communities upstream of Palo Alto, like Los Altos and the high elevation communities, and create a very bad precedent for the future. And 50/50 also makes the airspace more complex. So what I'm asking you to do is listen to the FAA, let go of 50/50, stick with DVJ, work on Menlo traffic like we've advocated and proposed all along, and manage the disappointment that you created without making us pay the price for what is basically your mistake.
Thank you for your comments. Tim Ward, to be followed by Mark Landisman, to be followed by Rob Arith. Rob, and Jeff Tavinger. Any of those folks here? Come on up. And if you'd ID yourself so we can manage the cards, we have lost a few of our would-be speakers.
Sure, thank you. My name is Tim Ward. I live in the foothills of the Santa Cruz Mountains, Scotts Valley, District 5. I want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak. I understand it's been long, it's been tenuous. I want to give myself a little kudo. I've watched every one of the episodes of the Select Committee. It is a fascinating thing. You guys star in it. It's well written, it's well acted. I actually highly recommend that everybody else read it because I've seen a lot of what I believe misinformation and probably deliberate misinformation, misguided information. And it's been somewhat cathartic to me to watch these deliberations, to go back and forth, because it sort of diffused a lot of the anger that I had towards the FAA initially and even towards the Select Committee. But it doesn't take any of the emotion out of it. And I see there's a lot of people here who could benefit from that watching. 15 hours is obviously a lot of time. The last 3 episodes, I think, would be very informative to people. There are a lot of asks that are coming before you that have been obviously deemed completely unreasonable by the FAA. I think the herringbone, the 50/50 is never going to happen. The FAA is not going to allow these things to go on. I don't think it's technically feasible. My one ask for you is that please vote on Davy J. Make your votes public. Let us know where you stand. I want Davy J implemented. You all may not, but I want to know who does and who doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you. And before Mr. Landisman comes up, let me just say, folks, I tried to communicate this earlier. I'm going to say it again. There's going to be a vote on all of these issues. The document was simply designed to be a discussion document and to indicate where my office and I thought consensus existed and where it did not. Didn't mean thumbs up, didn't mean thumbs down, just meant doesn't appear to be a consensus. Davy J was one of the areas where there did not yet appear to be a consensus. So understand entirely those of you who've come and said, you should have a consensus on Davy J or you should not have a consensus on Davy J. But please understand, the reason it says to be determined is because it is to be determined and will be before we wrap up on the 17th. Want to assure you all of that. Mark Landisman, Rob Arith or Thury, and Jeff Tavener.
Thank you all for your very hard work over the last months. I congratulate the FAA on the report it just released. That report analyzes toxic plane emissions, and it is full of language like, quote, this is what we told the public, but this is what we really found, unquote. The conclusion is essentially that flights descending below 6,000 to 7,000 AGL over residences will kill people, potentially very many. Therefore, planes absolutely must leave residential areas, at least at that height. The person at the FAA who insisted that these findings come to light is a hero. I have a strong feeling it was Dr. Lourdes Maurice, the FAA's chief scientific officer. The first and primordial duty of the US government is to protect the safety of its citizens. FAA, please give your first and full immediate attention to addressing the mental health emergency, and then please help the good people of Santa Cruz without putting the massive increase in imported traffic over others. Davy J was not originally designed by trained Metroplex designers, but higher was and is best for the county of Santa Cruz. Just run AEDT and compare the routes, please, which is your normal procedure. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And Rob, please help me with your last name, Arith.
My name's Rob Arathun.
Really simple. Thank you, Mr. Arathun.
I'm a resident of Los Altos Hills, and we've been very severely affected by NextGen. And congratulate the committee for all their work so far and the perseverance and diligence. And I think the draft document is very good so far, and I recognize it's not finished yet. One of the unfinished items concerns Davy Jones, and I had some questions about that. Rather than advocating one way or the other, I think some fundamental questions are really necessary for the record. I have 4. So the first is, will the concentration and altitude of aircraft on Davy Jones be the same as is currently on Surfer? First question. Second question, would Davy Jones bring any relief for Los Altos Hills? Los Altos, Palo Alto, Summit, East Palo Alto, or any of these communities? Third question, is it not quicker to simply adjust OPD and Class B airspace to existing routes before changing to new routes, potentially compounding the current problems? Last question, can you guarantee, can you, the committee or the FAA, guarantee that Davy Jones will be flown exactly like Big Sur was? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Jeff Tavinger? I'm pretty sure we heard from Lissy Bland already. How about Dave Guerrieri? And thank you for the pronunciation guide, Mr. Guerrieri. I appreciate it. And Eric Filseth and Adam Worrell, and I can't remember if we've already heard from Mr. Worrell or whether this is a repeat. Nope. Thank you. All right. All right, well, Mr. Guerrieri, please.
Hi, I'm Dave Guerrieri. I'm the chief pilot and owner of Guerrieri Air Taxi. Learned to fly in high school at the Moffett Navy Flying Club. Started Guerrieri to share and give back to my neighbors the blessings that I felt so fortunate to receive as being part of the general aviation community. I was an early fan of Norm Minetta's vision, which became NextGen, and I saw Guerrieri as part of that vision. NextGen was supposed to bring about reduced emissions, improved efficiency, and reduced noise. I'm a little dismayed that our business got very busy and I wasn't participating with NextGen implementation much for a while there, and it sounds like it didn't go so well initially. Obviously, unhappy neighbors is a risk to Guerrieri's future ability to serve and grow the number of happy customers who love our ability to fly them over ridiculous crowded highways. A corollary applies to the happy wife corollary. I think happy neighbors, happy life, especially if you run an air taxi. Specifically, I would like to recommend that the committee unanimously endorse recommendations number 1 and 2 of paragraph 3.1, making a permanent venue. I think emotional complaints probably not the best data to on which to decide success or failure of NextGen. I'd also recommend full endorsement of section 4.2 in the draft, with the caveat that all neighborhood noise be monitored, not just airplane noise, making us the scapegoat, and to keep noise in perspective and context. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Councilmember Eric Filseth. Mr. Filseth?
Thanks very much. Everybody knows that higher means less noise, so I want to make some notional high-level comments here. And these are my own, not any city council or anything like that. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. And so first of all, thank all you folks and the FAA for so much time and effort working to solve this. Clearly, safety is the top priority. And thanks in large part to the FAA, U.S. airline industry is the safest in the world, and those of us who've flown around on airlines a lot, thank you very much, guys. De facto second priority has probably been economics, right? One of the major points of NextGen is to allow more arrivals per hour without compromising safety so that we get more use out of our existing infrastructure like airports and so forth. And at the core, this is an economic argument, right? The corollary would be, clearly a lot of the recommendations would be a lot easier if we had 20% fewer arrivals per hour in SFO. Now, we all recoil at that, but the point is, economics is one of the constraints on the polygon here. So we talk about not shifting noise, but what NextGen does in its current implementation is shift some of the costs of air travel from air travelers to the people who live underneath. Now, obviously, that's not the intent, but without idle to final approaches, and with 50% of surfer arrivals vectored, that's where we are. We have the ability to increase arrivals, but at the cost of more noise. So I very much believe everybody in this room is trying to solve this problem very hard, and I want to urge the committee and the FAA two things. First, please be aggressive. Let's ask for a lot. Let's find ways to put some real incentives, some real teeth into making NextGen work the way it's intended. After all, ultimately, it's just economics. And then second, let's consider how our solutions will scale in the long term. If the point of NextGen is more arrivals, then let's develop recommendations that will still work when that happens. We have to architect for long-term capacity because air travel isn't going away. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and that takes us to Mr. Worrell.
First, I'd like to thank the committee again, like everybody else, for all its work. I don't envy the position you're in and the different forces you have to try and balance on a knife edge here. One of the things I've observed, as many people here live under... louder, sorry.
Thanks.
As many people in the audience live under flight paths as I do, you get to experience a lot of aircraft. And one of the things you'll notice is that when they go overhead, some are quiet and some are loud. If you look into the details, you pay attention to the data, it's very rarely to do with, there isn't a correlation to do with speed, there isn't a correlation to do with altitude per se, certainly not out where I live in Santa Cruz County. It's very much to do with whether or not the plane is engaging its engines or it's putting on its brakes. It's to do with how it flies the path. I say this because if a path's well designed, it will make a huge difference. The Big Sur path, as is established, has been very successful flight path for a long time. I want to add a bit of data to that. I'm familiar with the number of complaints that go through various systems into San Francisco Airport. There was a single complaint in the 12 months prior to NextGen from Santa Cruz County about anything. One person was moved to complain in a 12-month span. I think we could all agree that that's a very different situation now, and there's a distinct difference in degree between the situation now and the situation then. The closing comment I'd like to make is that I think I, along with anybody else who's wearing red, would not want to move what we have to anywhere. It should be fixed. We should get to the quiet aircraft rather than just simply move them anywhere. And I'd like my neighbors in San Lorenzo Valley to know that's exactly what I believe. I would not move that anywhere. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Mr. Worrell, you may have achieved a first in the committee's long tenure. It's the only time I've heard cries for louder, louder from the crowd during all of this. We have some cards. I'm going to run through them one last time to make sure we didn't overlook someone or that someone wasn't out dealing with a car parking issue. Will Casilli, Naomi Goodman, Eric Winter, Kathy Combs, John Grimm, Pablo Riviere, and if you are called, please come up, Glenn Robaugh, Peter Grace, Jay Sue, David Anisman, Rod Miller, Elena Kuzmendo, Linda McCann, Ann Steinloff, Chuck Strilitz, Thomas Schreiner, Stephen Usos, Barbara Rice, Bob Moss, Ben Nitzen, Jeff Tavinger. Any of those folks front and center? You are, sir, for the record.
My name is Pablo Riviere. I live in Scotts Valley. First, I'd like to thank the FAA and the Select Committee for hearing our concerns. My first comment is that DVJ should be included as one of the solutions up for vote in the report. There's no reason to be labeled TBD today because there are other items that are not TBD in the report that are still There is still not a consensus on those, but for some reason, David J is a TBD. It shouldn't. The path for David J has been there for 30 years. Communities developed around it. You can't just shift it. So put it back and deal with all the other problems from that baseline forward. The FAA supports that approach. I feel the pain of Palo Alto, but David J or Surfer don't make any difference to Palo Alto. So I don't see why they would oppose David J. Solving the problem for the Santa Cruz Mountains is not incompatible with solving the problem, the Palo Alto problem. David J is just one part of the regional solution. And the people of San Lorenzo Valley concerned about noise over their heads are misinformed, in my opinion, based on the statements from the FAA. The member of the select committee, a committee representing the San Lorenzo Valley, should educate their constituents as per what the FAA has expressed regarding David J. David J will be quiet or quieter than Big Sur, has been deemed feasible by the FAA and flies OPD and does not fly over higher elevation communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you again for your comments. I believe that is everyone who has submitted a card. And if you are someone who submitted a card or who got left out, not to worry, because this is your moment. So, actually, I heard buzzes up here that we had apparently saved the best for last. So you should take that as the compliment. I know they meant it to be.
You certainly did.
All right. So the excitement is overwhelming, I know. There you go.
All right.
Let us know who you are, if you will.
Sherry Emling. I lived in Los Altos Hills for 33 years. I live in Mountain View for 4. And specifically bought both houses, like everybody does, looking at all the aspects. And the noise has been absolutely hideous, especially, I don't know why, in the last month. But continuous, hideous noise. And the FAA admitted their mistake, which I think is wonderful. Here are 3 men that admitted a mistake here in front of me. And I mean, so help me God, I'm putting that in my diary. But anyway, you have, and you've given a solution, and it's not shifting noise again, it's restoring a project that worked. And Davy J does that. We can also improve on that. So I appreciate that. I was a flight attendant for 33 years. I understand the jet noise. I know when we start coming in at levels like this, it's worse. So come down slowly, go over the bay. There are ways to deal with it. Like I said, I live in Mountain View. I see the tails of the airplanes and I can read what's on there. Pretty soon, having flown for 33 years, I'm going to start recognizing faces. So let's don't do that, all right? Let's just listen to the FAA, do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, colleagues, last call. I want to make sure we've gotten everyone's public comment. It appears we have. Thank you. I haven't counted them individually, but by rough estimate, I'd say we've heard from about 130 folks, so thank you for that. And regrets to those who had to get back to their homes and their work and their families earlier. We do have a committee discussion, time permitting. I'm going to suggest that time is not permitting today because we've been here at it for 4 hours and 15 minutes now. I do think we should spend just a few minutes about next steps so that when we come back on the 3rd, everybody's on the same page about what we'll take up then. We have a couple of different ways to go, more than a couple probably, that depending on how you'd like to proceed. I really would like you to lean in here in the next minute or two because we need to figure this out in terms of how we're going to proceed. One possibility is to take the discussion draft at the next meeting and to say, let's start with the items that are to be determined. Another possibility is to take the discussion draft and to say, let's take the easy ones and get them checked off and then focus on the things that might be a little thornier. Another possibility is to say, before we start looking at a discussion document, how about we have an extended conversation about the one big issue that is obviously still unresolved, which is the Davy J. Surfer Big Sur, and just start with that conversation back and forth with the folks from the FAA. So, no, folks, please, we're almost done. But, we're going to need to do all this, so it's not a question of one versus the other. It's just a question of sort of how is it easiest for you all to access the information and to start to get to decision time on these various items. Because again, by the end of the meeting on the 17th, we're expected to say, we're done, that's it. And I do think we should all plan. The next meeting, as you'll recall, starts at 2. There were some scheduling challenges in putting an extra meeting on the calendar. I wouldn't count on that being a short meeting, I'll just put it that way. So, thoughts? I'm going to just start this way and go down. I really would like people to sort of lean in, and we'll figure it out, but I think need to know. Mr. Pine, you got any thoughts about how we sort of structure the next meeting for this conversation?
Well, I do think that this next meeting will be the critical meeting where we have to come to some decisions and give your office guidance as to what changes to make in the report. So
and excuse me, Mr. President, and one of the guidance could be scrap the whole report and have folks just provide individual motions. So I want the public to be clear about that. That's why it's called a discussion draft. It starts the discussion. I'm sorry for the interruption.
So I would be inclined to have our panel address the Davy J. Surfer Big Sur as our first item. I think we want to make sure we don't run out of time because we can spend lots of time on the other recommendations. With regard to the other recommendations, what I would intend to do is provide some language that I think might be helpful, probably not controversial, and other members might want to do the same. But as a group, we have to just bring to ground this really, really tough issue of the surfer. So I do think we ought to start with that, and I would encourage, I will provide, and I guess I can distribute to everyone, some suggestions on some other provisions, but I suspect they probably won't be controversial, but I wouldn't want to eat up a couple hours on them and then be out of time for the big issue.
Ms. Wenger?
I think that I agree principally with what Dave said, but I might precede it with a discussion amongst the group of our objectives and our principles. I think that's going to be at the heart. It will obviously permeate what we're talking about with Davy J. And I think to discuss the whole issue of dispersion versus moving tracks, moving noise, is one we need to have as a starting point probably for that discussion in particular, but for all. So I would suggest as the starting point, that's where I would begin next time.
All right. Supervisor?
That sounds fine with me as well. I would like to get some basis from, maybe it's for us to ask the FAA between now and November 3rd, a week from now, about some of the impact of Class B and so forth on whatever, if it's Davy J or whatever the situation is. We know nobody's going to want surfer here. I think that's not consensus, that's unanimous. But I just would like to get some clarification previous to, and I think if we could maybe go through you to ask some of those questions to get to them so they can answer some of those questions straight up. For instance, like on page 9, because the notional Davy J is OPD route 3-4 miles, and then it's blah, blah, it has a profile similar to surfer at altitudes higher than surfer and lower than the Big Sur procedure. So I want to be, if it's lower than the Big Sur procedure, does that mean it's going to be lower, but it's going to be quieter? How does that happen?
And let me just interrupt on that point because it was a source of some conversation in the community. The report attempted to articulate what we had been brought as the notional Davy J. Others pointed out that the FAA had said, well, you could recommend it be higher, and that's a conversation I suspect we're going to want to have at the next meeting. But the report was designed to say this is the notional Davy J we were brought, not this is the notional Davy J we might be stuck with.
Okay. Those are the kinds of questions that I will want in that discussion, or answered in that discussion.
Before we go on to Mr. Moody, I just, you know, in a perfect world, our next meeting might have been scheduled a couple of weeks from now because that would give the FAA more time to respond to some of these questions. On the other hand, we're meeting in a week, so I'm sure the FAA will do its level best, and they know that the meeting's coming up on the 3rd, but at the risk of stating the obvious, questions coming in on the 2nd are unlikely to be fully responded to by the FAA at that point, unless the FAA tells us otherwise. Today, I think sooner rather than later on these questions is going to be important. Mr. Moody?
Yeah, I agree with Dave. I think we certainly must address the Davy J issue as soon as possible. But I think we have an opportunity to give the committee a sense of, or give you as the chair a sense of feedback on some of the recommendations that are in the draft. And I think as a exercise, maybe all of us can kind of participate by checking off yay or nay, and let's clearly identify where the low-hanging fruit is. And it might give us an opportunity to get some of those items addressed and out of the way so we're not weighed down. I like the idea that we're coming back with the Davy J issue next week with some leeway in case we have to go into another week or 2 weeks of conversation on that topic to get to a point of recommendation on the 17th. So it wrapped in that is kind of 2 recommendations. One, that we use this tool as a way to give the chair a little bit a sense of feedback and direction, as well as giving the FAA an opportunity to really weigh in on the Davy J issue, as well as a sense of what items have formed a consensus where you might not have to spend as much time doing research or preparation.
Thank you. And for those of you who've not looked at the very back of the discussion draft, there is a grid there for a vote, and that is designed to make sure that there is a vote on every single one of these issues. So we will have a roll call vote on every issue. No issue, no recommendation will be contained in a report from this select committee until and unless it has been voted on. And per our early agreement, it will require a consensus of at least 8, with at least 1 member from each of the 3 congressional districts / counties to participate in the aye vote. All right. Mr. Purnell, thoughts about how we might proceed?
I like the comments from Mr. Pine and Mr. Moody relative to helping flesh in some of the comments so that there's more to discuss around the Davy J surfer conversation. So sounds fine. We'll provide that.
Councilmember Mordeau.
Yes, I agree we should discuss first the Davy J. But before we start arguing pros and cons, I think the main opposition, there are 2 kind of objections or resistance points to Davy J. One is there is some old information perhaps that Davy J is going to be lower and maybe not as quiet as Big Sur was. So we need to get the FAA to very clearly say, no, if we want, they can make Davy J higher or at least as high and as quiet, number one. And the second point of resistance is Palo Alto. Some information we saw, charts from the FAA, seem to indicate that there would be more noise in Palo Alto. It doesn't kind of logically make sense because the tracks are almost, very, very close to one another. But
Councilmember, I want to ask you to stay on process rather than open this argument up right now.
I'd like to hear from the FAA whether or not there is a impact in Palo Alto, whether we choose Surfer or Davy J.
Thank you. Mr. Adiego.
So, Joe, there's so many items to vote on. Of course, I'm going to defer to Supervisor Pine. But I thought it initially might be good to knock out some of the ones where consensus would be ready. And it's like when you're taking a super final exam, you go through it and you knock out all that you readily know, and then you go back and you struggle. I think Surfer, Davy J, and maybe the 50-50 might be the supreme struggle. So, but I'll defer to the consensus of the body.
Here's the balance I'm hoping to strike. On the one hand, we're not going to vote by email. On the other hand, I think what Mr. Moody is saying is that and forgive me if I misunderstood this, but was, hey, on the other items, if there's something that is not really, if you think the notion of a consensus has been misperceived by my office and me, this would be a good time to let us know that it's still very much in play so that we can sort of factor that into the structure and the time constraints of the next couple of meetings. Is that so? Feel free to say, all due respect, Joe, I think you're totally wrong on 2 point whatever, and I don't think there is any consensus. And to some extent, I'm going to take silence as an indication that people don't have big issues, although as Supervisor Pine indicated, he may come back with new language, and that's fine. If you can share the new language ahead of time electronically, that'll help us make sure that we can move it around at the meeting and make copies available and put it up for the public and so on and so forth. So,
yeah, Mr. Chair, I just want to say, don't want to have this make it get into it. It's the committee against the chair, so let's.
Folks, I want to be really clear. There is nothing in the discussion draft that is a recommendation from me or my office. It is our best effort at reading the consensus of this committee. So if it's not the consensus of this committee, you're not arguing with the chair. It's just, hey, you may have thought that's what you heard, but we don't think that's correct, and let's talk about it again. It doesn't trouble me in the slightest, and I don't want members to feel that they can't just say, Mr. Chairman, you missed it. So, Mr. Adiego, anything else on that? Mr. Waldeck, to you, sir.
I'll get close so people can hear me. I like the idea of communicating to the chair additional possible language variations. That makes a great deal of sense to me. I like Ms. Wingard's concept of setting down principles. I think that's the first thing we should do. I also support Mr. Adiego's comment about let's get the low-hanging fruit first and then move forward. The one thing I would like to see from the FAA is an objective, recent, current data analysis between the two routes. We have seen early stuff 2 months ago about what those routes look like notionally or real. I'd like to see that updated along with basically current estimated noise data along the route from the coast to the other. I think that right now we've heard Davy J is higher than, we've heard Davy J is lower than, we've heard just a lot of misinformation. So if we could get that updated, which I think will help us make an objective analysis, much as Councilman Mordeau just said, let's see what it looks like comparative, side by side, apples and apples. Right now we've seen apples and oranges and they just don't mix. So if you could provide that information, I think that'll help this committee make a much more decisive decision.
And to that point, as I indicated earlier, we are expecting something in writing from the FAA early next week prior to the meeting on the 3rd that goes to that issue of noise impacts compared and contrasted. You shared some information that set off a lively conversation, and so now we're going to make sure that that lively conversation comes to a fully informed conclusion.
Exactly.
So, Mr. Hindi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with Supervisor Pine, and my colleagues have pretty much mentioned everything that I need to mention, so I'm not going to repeat it. But as far as Davy J, it's important that we get that analysis and that up-to-date before the meeting, as you have mentioned, to make us have that discussion being fruitful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lane.
Yeah, I really appreciated Ms. Wingard's comment about, raising some discussion about principles. I think it may not be worthwhile to come to some complete conclusion on that, but I think we should all at least kind of weigh in on kind of what principles are guiding us. Just piggybacking on Mr. Moody's recommendation and that others have sort of chimed in on, I wonder if we might not even use a more explicit tool that we're all very familiar with, known as the consent agenda, and kind of just have all these recommendations, and that if there are 20 of them that there's no objection to, we should just adopt those in one motion the way we do on many other items of business, If there aren't 20 and there's only one, then we don't need a consent agenda. But I suspect there are quite a few that would really just move right through without any discussion, and then we know at least what we have left that needs discussion.
I think, and I'm trying to respond here in real time, I think that makes sense. So again, my concern is that I want these conversations and decisions to be as public and transparent as possible. On the other hand, we have some efficiency requirements here given our time constraints. So what I would suggest is, if there are, I mean, we have, I think, 24 recommendations or something like that in the discussion document. If there are items that you would not like to see on a consent agenda, would you please communicate those to me, and then I'll be guided by, and if I heard from Mr. Pine, Supervisors Committee, and I hope you don't put item 3.1 on the consent agenda, I think it still needs work, then I won't put it on the consent agenda. But that way you can help me structure the consent agenda, and we could bring it and see there. I am sensitive to the fact, colleagues, though, that this language was written by my office and me. So in some cases, you may want to say, well, I think it's a great recommendation. I just think you should say it even stronger. Or you might want to say, I want to say it softer. And so again, you should feel free to say, I hope we can take just a few minutes on item 3.1 or 3.2 or whatever, and not have it on consent, because the language is not a small thing in communicating, and or we may want more specificity or less specificity on some. So please feel free. And if it turns out we have 24 items that don't make the consent agenda, then so be it. But I want to make sure that not only content, but tone and language reflects the best consensus of this committee. Okay. Anything else here? Ms. Wengert.
This is really a follow-up to some of the technical conversations we've been having with the FAA, because I believe there's still some outstanding requests for information. I know in the last discussion I'd asked about some data relative to pre-next gen standard departure and arrival routes, pre-next gen and post-next gen. And I think that's in an effort to more fully understand some of the mid-peninsula issues related to the Palo Alto, East Palo Alto, Los Altos Hills noise. And so I'm hoping that we'll have that, because certainly it will inform some of the discussion we'll have relative to the recommendations on those issues. So I just wanted to confirm that the FAA will in fact provide that in our next meeting, since we're obviously running out of time.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
One moment, please. Let me go to Mr. May for a response before I go to you, Mr. Waldeck. Thanks.
So we did get that request. We're working on that. We were planning on sending something out to the chair by tomorrow or Monday at the latest.
Great.
This additional data request, our commitment is to get you what you need by the next meeting. I want to tell you I'm a little concerned with this next data request and the time between now and the next meeting. So we kind of need to go back and see if we are going to be able to do additional analysis with new data.
Right.
And I'm not sure that doing the new analysis on a different time set is going to help solve the apples to oranges issue that's been brought up. I just don't see how that's going to help solve that particular issue.
This is when I say I look forward to a happy outcome. Okay. No, you've got the request. You'll do the best you can.
Absolutely.
We'll see where we are, and it will be up to committee members to indicate whether or not they think they have the information they need to make a decision, or whether or not some of this has to be continued to the 17th, when we are scheduled to have our final meeting. And as I've indicated previously, I think it remains to be seen how much we can take care of at our meeting on the 3rd, and how much of substance will carry over to the 17th, or whether the 17th can be pretty pro forma at that point. Mr. Waldeck, you had a comment, sir.
Just a quickie. Basically, it has to do with the FAA providing data. As soon as you can, just email it to the chair and get it out as early as possible for consideration. That's the request.
I think that's the plan. Ms. Wengert, I want to go back to your comment about sort of guiding principles, if you will. you had mentioned this previously. It did not make its way into the document because I thought, frankly, we hadn't had enough conversation about this as a committee. I think there were some who would have preferred that we had that conversation at the first meeting. I understand that. That being said, I think we could have spent 10 meetings talking about what the guiding principles could have been. You know, one person's sharing is another person's noise shift. You know, I do think it's a helpful and important conversation to have before we wade into Davy J. But I'll just say, I personally am not expecting that 12 members are going to say after 30 or 45 minutes, we're all absolutely in the same place and would describe our underlying principles or decision-making priorities in identical language. But as I said, I do think it's a helpful and important sort of necessary precondition to having a focused discussion about, all right, now what do we want to do on Surfer, Big Sur, Davy J, and all of the related issues. All right, anything else before we leave, colleagues? Because this is our last chance to tee up the next meeting and make it a successful one. Mr. Moody.
So I have a request, and I don't know if this has been addressed before, but I think one of the things that we haven't discussed is what's forecasted for SFO down the road. I mean, do we anticipate, you know, we're talking real-time issues today, but what's the next 3 to 5 years to 10 years forecasted for air traffic into SFO? I mean, do we anticipate that our issues today are going to increase 40, 50%? And I don't know the answer, but if the FAA is working or addressing those issues, I would love to get a snapshot of where we're going.
Mr. May, if you can even share SFO predictions for growth or decline in air travel in and out of SFO over the next 2 to 5 to 10 years, I think that would be responsive to the question, and I understand that would come from them.
Yeah, there is forecasting that's done around airports, so let me take back your request and see what we can respond with, okay?
And colleagues, I should just surface, I have asked a few questions, as you might expect, about the difference between Surfer and the Big Sur notional Davy J track in the Palo Alto area, because people have strongly held views on it in this area, and yet in this area, it's the two tracks are not far from one another. You know, it's a different story when you hit the coast and you're talking about 3-4 miles difference. Okay, you can understand that folks here don't want it over them and folks here don't want it over them. I'm struggling a little more to understand the subtleties and nuances of the strongly held opinions based on the fact that eventually those two lines come to a point, and we're talking about 1/10 of a mile or 2/10 of a mile by the time, you know, we get to the end of that convergence in Palo Alto. So I want to make sure I fully appreciate that, and I've asked for that information, and obviously anything I've got I'll be sharing with you and the public. So, all right, Mr. Pine.
I just want to add one more question on the principles. I think your point is well taken, that we could have spent all of our meetings talking about principles, and I think we'll have to be disciplined in the next meeting too. You know, we probably need to put a time certain for how much we'll spend on it. But I would suspect that if we spend half an hour, I think there are going to be a number of principles that there is consensus on, and we may want to just put in the report because I think it's helpful to communicate that to the FAA and to the public. So I would suggest we give that consideration at the end of that 30 or 40 minutes discussion. But we'll have, as you say, we need to be disciplined, cut that, to do it, keep that at a defined time.
And colleagues, you will recall, if you look at the discussion document, Section 3 is currently identified as longer-term issues, and Section 4 is process issues. Again, any of those could be removed, but there's no reason why there are only 3 in each. If somebody's got a set of criteria that they want to forward and thinks there's a consensus on it to add to the list, that of course would be perfectly appropriate. So thank you very much. Last call? Last call. All right, then Without objection, and I'm sure there won't be any, we will stand adjourned with thanks to any and all who participated in the process today. Thank you.